Boom, boom, boom. Hello, everybody. I hope all of you are well. I hope you're all well. We're going to pirate Kid's stream without him knowing it again. So it'll be fun. How's everyone doing? I hope you're doing okay. It's been a long, weird day. Yesterday I spent most of it. Let me see if I can adjust this because that has me off center. I'm not a fan of that. There we go. Since Charlie Kirk and everything that happened, it has been not fun for me, to be frank. But this video I got out today that seems to be doing pretty well. People seem to, think it's not a big steaming pile of shit. It's been nice to see that, and the spread is crazy on it, so that's nice. But I wanted to stream a little bit tonight, and I hope all of you are here for some fun, because we are going to we're gonna go over Trump's talk today and his announcement with RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz, and like the worst nightmare blunt rotation that's ever existed in history. We're going to skip around a little bit because we're not going to take it seriously. If you didn't know, everything said in it is a lie. Like, it's wrong. It's just wrong. Some of the stuff is funny wrong, though. And that's the stuff I want to spend a little bit of time and focus on, because some of it is so absolutely out of its own fucking mind and just silly on its face, that it's worth taking a little note and saying not only why it's silly on its own, but that on top of it, by the way, here's the scientific reasons it's silly. And by the way, here's the things that debunk them. And here's how they lied a lot. Yeah, they're trying to sell folic acid. And that could be good. Folic acid is generally given to pregnant women already. So it's kind of a thing that's advised, but you can also overdo it. The drug that they're specifically pushing is one used, it's like an excessive version of it, but it's specifically to work with, cancer treatments, and to replace something that is destroyed in that process. So the other things that are great is there's just a lot of good embarrassing moments, I think would be the phrasing for me. Just a lot of really good embarrassing moments that I think are worthwhile when we want to talk about, like, as we talk about Trump and fascism and everything that they've been doing and they've been pushing, and the idea of what they want to do with health and how they've been absolutely decimating things. And they outright lie. Today they make the statement. Someone asks them, like, hey, since this is a medication for children with autism, the vast majority of children with autism are actually in poor families who are on Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps and SNAP. Since you've cut, the largest amount of money that's ever been cut from these programs, how are they going to afford it? And then they say, oh no, that's a lie. The big beautiful bill actually increased how much we fund those programs, which is just an outright lie. There's nothing in the bill that this is the case for. It's magic. So that'll be fun to go over. I also, because I took the week off, more or less, from streaming, my backlog of suggestions has just gone completely fucking wild. So we have a lot of things for me to taste. That's how I'm going to put it today. It's going to be tasting. Some of them we're going to watch parts of it. One, we're going to watch specifically one section that I didn't pre-watch. I just made sure we got to it because you'll see. But there's a bunch of videos I kind of want to burn through. So we'll see what happens. But I think up front, I'm going to make you watch the video that I couldn't help but consider and think the entire time.
It's time to get vaccinated! Those are two babies.
What?
All right. You ready for some autism?
Oh.
I couldn't stop thinking of Eric Andre just because of how this day went. The fact that Jillian Michaels made my day for this too. I'm going to sum this up front. Just so it's great. The other great one that I really enjoyed is, and I know it uses the R word. I'm sorry, but he says he's talking to guys. Was it Wiz Khalifa? I can't remember. And he says something like, "They take the R word girl. We used to feed her LSD when she was a child, and we'd dance around her screaming, 'Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.'" And he goes, you can't do that, dude. And he goes, "It cured her." This is how stupid this is. It's all I could think. And it was thing after thing that was so stunning. Today, the Trump admin decided to say that Tylenol was the reason that autism is a major contributor or possible connection to the increased rates of autism. Never mind the fact that studies have shown nothing of the sort, and there is no study showing anything of the sort other than small levels of correlation, which are at best spurious and have shit p-scores. Again, these people don't care about science. But on top of it, if you look at grand scales, you can see that actually Tylenol use during pregnancy has tapered off. If anything, it's certainly not what it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. And yet autism rates have gone up. So numbers don't add up. They don't give a fuck. So they said this, and then on top of it, they announced this special kind of folic acid thing. Would the LSD nightmare trick work on ADHD as well? That's, I have a feeling RFK Jr. would say so. The second thing is that there is an interesting correlation, and it's true that there is amongst a certain cohort of people who have autism, that there is a lacking bit of this very particular way that folic acid allows things to be connected to, across the blood-brain barrier. And this is a thing that you take too much of, it gives you seizures because it is basically this type of enzyme and interaction. Again, there is no large-scale correlation, and it is not the majority of people. There's particular cohorts. So, with that, those are the only two things they announced. It couldn't be the fever and inflammation causing damage. That makes no sense. It is this bad. Like, this is what made it so fun for me, is, like, this is just, there was a chance that what they did is they actually had, because you can go and find quack studies or correlative studies and just use them and flatly state them. And if you do that, it puts you in a position that's difficult for people in the science community. You can use science to create trouble because as a policymaker, you don't need the grandest thing. You just need something that works. But they make such grand, silly, absurd statements here that are just anti-everything, and then inside of each itself makes no sense and shows they fully don't understand what they're talking about. You'll see as we go through. So this is going to be Trump. We're going to spend our time on this. My transcription bot thing is still not working, and I don't know why. That's annoying as fuck. It stopped working, and I don't know why it stopped working. Doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. But I am going to pop out the chat, and we're going to get chatting there. So that way you guys can see yourselves and see how cool you are, or how cool you think you are. So let's add that window. YouTube chat. I cleaned out a whole bunch of my old OBS stuff over the week. It was a necessary thing, to be perfectly frank. I've been just really trying. And it has been a nightmare to get this stuff in like the position I want it to be and how I want it to be, because so much of it is when you start streaming, there never becomes a moment where you realize you actually have stuff to stream, which sounds stupid as I say it aloud, but that's a real thing. Like you never have that moment where it's like, oh, now it's worth doing. Now, couple people might give me a couple bucks. Hey, if you want to, super chats are lovely. memberships. You can gift those. Lovely time. You can also head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. A couple bucks helps save my ass, save my family, keep things going, keep the QC running. And you can join the QC, discord.gg/DGQC, where you can apparently begin heavily fed posting over the last week, you motherfuckers. Oh, good fucking Christ.
Yog Sothoth super chatted $50.
Well, see, I should apparently say this more often. Thank you, by the way, Yog Sothoth. That's incredibly generous, and it's deeply, deeply, deeply fucking appreciated, obviously. Crazy appreciated. Thank you. You get to pick. I'm going to go through the other videos after this, and you get to pick the one we do next. How's that work? Oh, I'm entering my grift era hard. My grift era is doing complex philosophy people don't understand. But I'm grifting. But this will be fun, and we'll go through this. Do not hesitate to comment, say stuff. This was something else.
And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides.
Let's get that volume up.
Wish it was done a long time ago. Today we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and...
One sec. For some reason, that is peaking. I don't know why. One sec. Sorry. One moment. Why is that peaking so fucking low? That's very weird. Let's do this 150. That'll be fine. It's going to blow. Apologies. Everyone's going to be quite loud, maybe. So let's see what it does.
Public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis.
Horrible crisis.
I want to thank the...
Horrible crisis that is not actually that... If you didn't know, like, calling it a crisis and calling it this, there's a lot of stuff that goes with this because autism as a category is a huge, giant umbrella. Gigantic. And a lot of people meet and meet families and meet people. They know someone who's got a autistic child who's generally what we would maybe call non-responsive or like extreme levels. But again, it's a huge, huge umbrella. And that type of thing, as it's sort of shifting, calling it a crisis, calling it, there's a lot of really amazing autism orgs that are out there, like making people realize that like even moderate to decently severe, but not like ultra severe, can lead very healthy, normal lives. Difficult to deal with sometimes, but this is something. Yeah, mild autism. This is like the thing is like autism as a diagnosis is huge. It's this giant thing. There are severe cases of it. Those numbers haven't really changed, actually. Like the kind of, for lack of a better term, that like 100 years ago would have been put into an institution or worse. That type of thing, even 50 years ago, that again, institution, they used to lock people in fucking basements. It's awful. That shit hasn't like increased significantly. The actual number of those, per capita, again, there's more people, but when it comes to like the other, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So like, again, crisis is their way of talking because they live in a world of extreme emergencies, and they're not emergencies. They're not.
Man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. We actually...
Yes, I was there. And you'll see this throughout. He claims he was there at the beginning of all of these studies and knowledge and that he was ahead of the pack on all of it. Good job.
We met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always...
Really?
Had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from.
He had strong feelings 20 years ago, during the peak of the good science on autism.
And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people.
No, you didn't. You didn't. The one guy who RFK ran with and was very excited by ended up, being a huge scammer. He was a developer. He built buildings, if you haven't heard, and mostly by not paying people and fucking people over.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
Dom P super chatted $5. Amazing that the time I finally begin to accept the likelihood of neurodivergence is the same time we got Dr. Oz and the brain slug calling the shots.
Yeah. It's a fun time.
Who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the director.
Because they've always known absolutely everything.
Of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people.
No, they're not.
Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy.
It's Oprah approved.
So thank you.
Like Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz, like Oprah, she should have to repent for that shit.
You all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history.
It's not.
Never been anything like this.
Yes, there has. There's actually been a lot of major public, I would say COVID would be a fairly serious one. I know people don't believe in that, but I'd say COVID. Bird flu. Polio, smallpox, AIDS. Name a thing, birth defects from various chemicals, lead poisoning.
Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time.
It is not a long time. Decades ago, in the 50s and 60s, by the way. That's literally when we really didn't diagnose for it. There's a wonderful paper that actually goes through like the history of the term schizophrenia and autism because they're linked inextricably. The diagnostician early on, like early 1900 shit, who coined both terms, had them as part of the same series of mental conditions. They still are really linked. And the way it was handled and what it was diagnosed as, because again, a guy made up the condition and then put content around it and categorization, and that changed over time. It's really hard for some people to understand that, and it's kind of stunning.
I've always heard, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000, and I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now
I actually don't know this. Let's look it up. Autism rates by year. You know what? Let's see. Come on. Well, let's see. So, according to the CDC website, who, by the way, this shit has all been updated since RFK came in 1992, children born in 1992, the autism rate was 1 in 150. So that's 25 years ago. So no Trump, not quite, not quite, not quite at all. Let's see if we can go a little further back. Autism Speaks. I'll pass on that link. Thanks. Let's see. There's just very little going back further. But again, 25 years ago, this is 25 years ago. It was 1 in 50. Now it's 1 in 31. Woohoo. There's 2 bits of data you can look at to sort of understand why. And you can, these are open bits of data you can find. Look for countries areas, cities, spaces, and people. Cohorts would be the term for it inside of these things. Look for cohorts of people who live in societies that have modern medical care. And when that happened, and you can trace through time as medicine modernized, as more money went into it, as stigma around mental health disappeared, as the way we change these, you can see the numbers go up. And you can look around the world and see that there's very few autism cases in places that don't have diagnosticians, that don't have mental health care facilities of any sort, that often still believe in voodoo and backwoods witch doctors. They are going to come up and talk about the Mennonites and the Amish. The Amish believe that demons are what create mental illness. They absolutely stigmatize everyone inside of the mental health care industry. Yet, inside of their communities, they refuse to talk about it. There's no cases of autism there. Yet, they take care of their kids until the Rumspringa. Kids who have left, their rates of autism are equal to everyone else. Weird, right? It's almost like when you don't test for something, it's not there.
It's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it. 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday for...
Yes, it's some areas, and this is actually, to my point, some areas of California, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Jose, and others, where there's high prevalence of people, but also an incredibly large amount of money and a lot of diagnosticians, versus Mississippi. There's more rates of autism there than Mississippi. Once you control for access to mental health care, the rates are the same. That's it. Mark Calhoun. Well, no, Mark, that's true. In some areas, there are 31 cases of autism in every person.
Boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have for some reason, a more severe problem.
It is not a more severe problem. It's more diagnosticians and more money being spent on it. You literally can control for this in the studies, and when you do, you're done. Like, it's the embarrassing side of all of this is just amazing.
Mr. Fluffy Wolf super chatted $10. Autism rates increasing is just a statistical error. Autism Georg, who gets 10,000 autisms a day, is an outlier and should not have been counted.
He does have a lot of autisms, and he keeps getting autisms. I mean, we got to hope he's got to stop transferring a lot of those. But maybe he's an autism lock, like he collects autisms so other people don't get it. We just don't know, and that's why we need RFK. George, autism George. Oh, shit. It's just the worst thing, man. This is just the worst fucking thing.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31...
Don't get caught trying to catch all the errors. No, Cosmo, I'm not going to try to catch all the errors. I've already watched this, and I was almost crying laughing during parts of it because Trump is really dumb. And he's a very good speaker. He's eloquent-ish. He's able to be charismatic, but he's very stupid. And when we actually hit the point where he's going to try to pronounce acetaminophen as eat, well, how do we pronounce that one? And then later you see him come back and like a child who's learned a fact and wants to prove that they knew it all along. And he says, now, acetaminophen is Tylenol, for those of you who don't understand that. It's one of the funniest fucking things. I adore this. I adore this whole thing because this is, we're way past the point where I give a shit about like, he's sundowning. Like this is the end. And he is, as I've said this on Kids stream, and I think I've talked about it here. Trump is unique in this world. He exists in a way very specifically that allows this coalescing of techno-fascist, religious, health people, actual Nazis, racist, nationalists, economic capitalists, all of these people who genuinely cause a significant amount of harm. They all are able to find themselves through what he's doing. He is the only person I know who's able to do that. I don't know anyone else who's capable of doing what he's doing in any capacity, honestly. And I find it very interesting to like have that consideration and think about it. That's why I like spending a little bit of time on talking about our boy Trumpy. 2 seconds, I have to turn a thing off. There we go. Good. Didn't kick me out. Good. Happy days. There we go. Thank you. And yeah, good. All right. Let's keep going.
Can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys.
Yes. 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 This happened with AIDS, by the way. AIDS, if you didn't know, AIDS doesn't present like you don't get it and then have it the next day. You get HIV and then but people didn't know that they had it. In fact, people rarely were able to understand the process for a long time. It was called, it was a gay disease. I think it was called GRID. Wasn't it GRID was the name for AIDS for a long time? The gay recreational immunodeficiency, some shit like that. Straight up just saying it's like a gay disease. That's it. And they didn't spend a lot of time like diagnosing people for GRID. But then when they learned, oh fuck, they started doing that. And it turned out a lot more people had it than people thought. A lot more people had HIV. HIV doesn't always mean AIDS. HIV generally does, but they started learning that there's a lot more people who have it. This doesn't mean that there was suddenly an explosion of AIDS after they started understanding what it was. COVID. We had an explosion of COVID after they sent testing kits to everybody. That's this. That's this thing. Beyond Ruination, thank you for joining the Patreon. It's very appreciated. Love you, love you, love you.
1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to the...
I actually learned the term grid from Philosophy Tube. Jesus Christ, one of the only fucking... Philosophy Tube has the worst part of Philosophy Tube, honest to God, the worst part is that she has some good videos. Because it shows that she's capable of it if she gives a fuck about what she's talking about. That's the worst part. I would say the same about Michael Burns and a lot of other people. That the worst thing is that there is good content that shows if they're passionate and they care about it, they're able to. And I think there's a handful of really good pieces. That pissed me off. But I also learned more about GRID from the very same video. It's actually really depressing. I grew up, my mom had some gay friend who she was really close to, whose partner died of AIDS. I believe he did too. I was very young and learned about it very early in like the mid to late 80s. I learned about these things and it was not a thing people talked about. This is what happens when you test for things. When you begin to learn to diagnose them, you find more of them. For example, skin cancer rates. Cancer rates are at the highest in America now than they are anywhere else in the world. Okay, just general cancer, and that they've ever been. We also have more technology to diagnose and do that. When you control for those things, the numbers balance the fuck out a lot. And Europe, by the way, is not like far behind us in any of these things. Europe is just drastically, we'll just say the healthcare systems in some countries are a little more advanced than others in some of those places. And also different types of access. It's a different beast. Very different beast.
This complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000 and then you go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills.
This isn't true, by the way. Like, he's just lying here. Like, this right here is going to get kids sick and people killed. This statement right here. There are people who don't take any pills and don't take vaccinations, and they're great. The Amish is who he's using. Again, you can look it up. The studies show that this is just not true. Flatly not true. And the studies are from like 10, 20 years ago. This isn't recent shit. It's like 15 years ago is like a study I read this afternoon on this. I was like, are you kidding? There was a multimodal study going over other studies that's from like 2012. This is not new shit. No one has ever been like, boy, that group doesn't seem to have a lot of autism. Let's not look at that. That's not how that goes. They go, oh, let's look. Oh, it's because they stigmatize and they're actually really unhealthy and they die a lot younger. And they also don't take their kids to doctors and they don't believe in mental illness. Gee, that's what we want. That's what they want, but that's not what I want.
That have no autism.
It's just not true.
Does that tell you something? That's
No.
currently. Is that a correct statement?
What a
by
big
the way?
fucking moron he is. Like, really, like a big old fat fucking moron. Just the confidence and arrogance to say this to people. He has no clue what he's talking about. It's amazing.
Some studies that suggest that, yeah, the Amish, for example.
The Amish.
There are no studies. 0 studies. I looked for the thing he was talking about. I was like, oh, what's that study? There's none. There are no studies that show that the Amish don't have it. This is just like a myth. It's a myth that people believe because you see this in what I would say like the ecological left in like the 2000s. You'd see this kind of thing where they're like, well, look, these tribes that live in the Amazon, they don't have the diseases we have. And it's like, they don't have cancer rates. It's like one of my favorites. And it's like, yeah, they're dead at 40. They're dead at 40. So yeah, they're going to probably have less of a lot of things than the rest of us. It's the same type of shit. It's this, a noble savage, the noble Amish, the true man of God thing. Oh, look at how much they are like men of God. Oh, let's forget about the child rape. I mean, again, that's why Trump likes it. But that thing is just bullshit. Just straight up bullshit.
Yeah, virtually. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say.
We know. And you're also
Certain
stupid.
groups, the Amish, as an example, they have essentially no autism.
It's not true. They actually have a decent amount of it that they have to deal with. And that's not even counting the kids outside of it. And they've started making turns into like, you know, a little bit, because the Amish community isn't like one big monolith. They have different levels of, oh, do we accept this kind of help or that? And it's a lot of things. They've actually moved into a weird place recently. They used to be big on like a hyper localized religion. Their group, that's why they were insular. And there's sects of it that have been just infected with the evangelicals, just brutally infected. And so now they're part of this big proselytizing bullshit thing. It's fucking crazy. The Amish is like really interesting. Like how they fucked themselves up. But this is just crap.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying
Enjoy this.
physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that.
You're the president making a proclamation to everybody, and you've never said the word before. I find that fantastic. If he stumbled, that's one thing. I don't make joke. The stumbling, I've done that shit where it's like, oh God, I read Anti-Oedipus live in front of people. I say weird words all the time. And it's like, okay, what in the fuck is that? It happens. I'm not the president making a law. I love it. I just,
That the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
acetaminophen. There you go,
Is
buddy.
that okay? Which is
How embarrassing There's Dr. Oz explaining how to pronounce acetaminophen to the president live on television. Oh, I know it gets better from here, Cosmo. This whole thing was amazing.
Basically, commonly known as Tylenol during pregnancy.
Now, notice what he just said as a sentence. I'm going to be bringing this back because as a sentence, he just said acetaminophen, commonly known as Tylenol. He has stated this. Okay? Just this, not next. Just keep that in the back of your head about 20 minutes from now.
Can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking time.
The guy who put the study out that they're using as the basis for this, in the study, talked about how the correlation, he couldn't find anything that was causative or interesting. Very specifically, he said that it's similar to how crime rates and sales of ice cream both go up at the same time. They do, if you didn't know, in the summer. But correlating them, it's not quite the same thing. So he didn't do that. They're doing that.
Tylenol is not good.
Not good.
I'll say it. It's not good.
Not good. It is generally good, by the way. And you should always talk to your doctor about whatever you need. Don't just take fucking pills for everything. His generation, and this is the thing I had to learn about my parents too. My parents' generation lived in a world where people took pills for fucking everything. Like they'd have feel slightly under the weather. They'd take a fucking aspirin or a Tylenol. They'd take Tylenol to sleep. They would take it every single day. They were like, just this shit that was happening. Pills were everywhere because their families and people were dumb, and the fucking companies who made the stuff lied and said you need to take it every day, in the same way that De Beers said that diamonds are rare. It's a lie. And so they did this. So his generation, it's like, oh my God, everyone's taking Tylenol. It's like, most people don't do this. Like Tylenol use is not the same as it was. And doctors don't just throw Tylenol at babies. They don't just throw Tylenol at women who are pregnant. They don't just throw Tylenol at women who are, Tylenol is not a thing you give a woman who's got birth unless she has reasons for it. And if she has reasons for it, you have to give it to her. And the doctor should know and be able to tell the difference. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. On the plus side, a major pharmaceutical company will now be pumping a shit ton of money against the Republicans. Unless it's part of it. Because stocks didn't drop like I thought they would, but a few did grow, especially ones that a few of these guys are on the boards of and already had stock in about that folic acid shit. Wild.
For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary.
This is the recommendation that already existed. Let me put it this way. There is not a part on the bottle that goes, hey, free for all. Hey, by the way, not for pregnant women unless approved by a doctor. The bottles say these things. It's not like, hey, take it all the time when you're pregnant. Pregnancy, no one's worried about that. There's never extra worryings about pregnancy for this shit. It's so fucking incredible. It's so stupid.
That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high.
That's right, Sunday. You forgot that we're actually in hell. That these guys were doing insider trading, and a whole bunch of the stock in those companies were bought before the announcement leaked, and that Johnson & Johnson and others had a whole bunch of shorts put before that investment leaked. Huh. Weird.
High fever. That you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's.
No, your doctor will tell you, don't. If you feel you can't tough it out. So first off, fever's bad for pregnant women. It's really bad for babies too. Just so you know, fever's not a good thing. And talk to your doctor. Jesus Christ.
There's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it.
Yes, a small number of cases that women get fevers when they're pregnant. It's very rare that pregnancy leads to complications. Look, I'm a guy. I know better. Okay. You women, come on.
That's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child a Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to.
They don't. My kids have had their vaccinations. Not once did the doctor even ask if they wanted one. They don't do this. They did this 40, 50, 60 years ago. I think I had this, which maybe explains me. But no one throws Tylenol at kids. Also, they have kids Tylenol, and also they have other things. And also they don't do it for shots. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like layers of insane. I almost expect him to be like, I know when my kids, I was never involved. I was off fucking other people and banging my friends' wives when Ivanka was running the kids around. But my kids turned out great. Eric, get over here and bark for the camera. It's fucking crazy.
To that child.
The Amish don't have ADHD. They do. They don't believe in it because they believe in God and God's healing. There's a difference there. They're nuts. They're nuts. They're nuts.
All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it.
Just so you know, I've had a kid. 2 of them even. Well, my wife did. I was along for the ride, and it was stressful enough. And Shulamith Firestone, probably my favorite feminist of all time, said that until we can actually grow people in jars, women will never be free from control. And I believe this because pregnancy is kind of like being in a minor car accident or a major car accident based on a bunch of factors over the course of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. It's not fun. But I can tell you, nobody advises that you take random drugs without talking to your doctor. Nobody. You talk to your doctor. It's if you go to the pharmacy and you're walking around at Walmart or Walgreens and you pick up something, someone will say something to you. The pharmacist, they'll come out and go, hey, notice you're pregnant. This is probably contraindicated. This is how insane this is. It's just bullshit where there's no problem because these people don't live today. These are people who, again, they had the heyday of their life in the 60s and 70s. The 80s, sort of. And then their lives began falling apart. And as they got old, they forgot that time has changed and that this is not how things are done anymore. But they think their experience is everyone. And it's fucking not. This is not how anything's done anymore. And I've had kids in 2 different states. It's not like it's an LA thing. Cedar Sinai, where Dex was born. We were apparently born in the same room that Kim Kardashian had her kids in, which was fucking weird when someone's nurse said that. I was like, okay. It's Beverly Hills. Cedars is Beverly Hills. And then North Vancouver, Salmon Creek, which is not quite Beverly Hills. Same thing. No different. It was different everything, except they didn't change that at all. This is it's bullshit.
At all, but if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it.
Yeah, you will.
The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over.
Sure, spread out your vaccinations.
Or 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years.
I don't understand. I don't believe there's any issues with taking them a lot at once. As far as we can tell, the studies don't back up anything. It's fear mongering, but again, I don't care. the only risk to not getting them done all at once is if you are exposed in that interim, in the short time afterwards or between, to these diseases. But if you're not, fine, get them spaced out. Who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck? It's fine. It doesn't matter. But also, it's insane to me that he's literally just talking about getting your vaccinations. He's not saying to avoid them. And his fucking people don't hear that. Like, even he's like, yeah, get them spread out. Like, don't just get them at once. And it's like, yeah, he's worried about vaccinations causing autism. No.
And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace.
He's fixated on pumping stuff into little children.
I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a...
It is not like that. The shot's actually not significantly larger, a single dose versus the multi one. And the multivalent has more stuff in it. But it's not like it's a big thing. It's again, this, I know you guys are probably just like, shut the fuck up and just watch Brooks. We know this stuff, but it's like, Jesus Christ.
A little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess. 80.
This is because, again, he's stupid. And the number that he was told by RFK, he was looking back to, like, you said the number 80 to me, didn't you? I was talking about the number of ingredients that are, but the number 80 is like there, right? That's basically the same thing. Like 80 vaccines, 80 ingredients, like whatever. Like, he's just a fucking moron. It's great.
80 different blends and
80 different blends. I tend to go for the Robusto. When you're talking about like blends of vaccines, I'm a Robusto guy. It's tough to find Robusto these days. Most people are into a little bit lighter. You know, they roast their vaccines for a slightly less amount of time, but I like the strong Robusto, especially if I'm going to be using it inside of like, an espresso vaccine. That's my blend, but everyone's got their own blends.
So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol, and on the vaccines, it would.
Do you know who doesn't take Tylenol? People who don't need it. So there's nothing said in this, like this press conference. Anyone who's a follower of Maha or any of that shit, I love this because this entire thing does nothing. There is no statement here, no edict, nothing that changes fucking anything in any capacity that anyone's doing anywhere in America. With a change at the end, again, they're funding some hilarious studies and they pumped Dr. Oz's company. So, so be it. But like, as far as like changing policies that if Tylenol affect, they did nothing. They did nothing. It's an empty press conference in the best kind of way.
Be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it.
Hey, babies that don't have autism are babies that don't communicate. It's hard to tell, actually. Do you know that there are babies that are deaf? That we don't know they're deaf because there's other signals and air pressures and things that parents find out their child is deaf, actually weirdly down the line in some cases, because they don't know, because that's how people work. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing.
And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also...
Then why don't you actually rebuild a mental health system by making Medicare for all a real thing and ensure that all of these people have all the care that they need, so that way the stress isn't on the families. Because that's the thing, is basically because there is a lack of medical care because of the for-profit motive at the center of the system, people who have autistic children are often left to the wolves, especially in the extreme cases where they're not equipped. They're moms and dads who worked mid-level office jobs often, and they don't have any ability to deal with these things or any ability to understand it. And you could take care of all of these people, or nothing, because nothing's cool and makes money.
And we've already done this. We want no mercury in the vaccine. We want...
Good job. Good job getting that mercury out of the vaccine. Let's find out when mercury was removed from the vaccine. It had to have been during his presidency, right? Let's find out. Thimerosal. Yes, thimerosal. Oh, wait, it's not mercury. Oh, that's right. Duh, that's that thing. Duh. Oh, look, it was taken out of all of them in 2001. Weird. 2001? Well, that would mean that kids who are like 24 now are the last ones who had it. Have autism rates changed since we got rid of thimerosal? No? Oh, well, okay, I guess. And you weren't part of that, Trump? That was the era when you were talking about how you were glad that you now had the tallest building in New York? 9/11, if you didn't know. He was quite proud that he had the tallest building in New York again. That's not a joke.
No aluminum in the vaccine.
His fucking voice is great.
In the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on...
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as breaking up the MMR. Just so you know, there's no such thing as breaking them up. There are reasons for that, but they just haven't done it. So,
what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the three should be taken.
Mumps, measles, and yeah, other one's really shitty. I fucking love it so much.
This is based on what I feel.
He's just a fucking moron, and it's just really fun when he's like actually has to talk about things that take the slightest amount of brain power.
Mumps, measles, and all the three should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem.
No.
So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be.
There's no way to do this. Like, there's no studies showing this. Because there's no, yes, Cactus, exactly. He's just riffing, and he's a moron.
Separate. The chicken pox is already separate, because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken.
I didn't look this one up. Let me spend a second on this. Was chicken pox part of MMR vaccines? I didn't know that. No, it was varicella. It was, when was this? Oh. Yeah, so he just did this last week. A key advisory committee to the CDC has recommended changes how young children, this is for toddlers, are vaccinated against measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella. The CDC's committee voted September 18th, 4 fucking days ago, to recommend, does not recommend the vaccine that covers all 4. That literally happened 4 days ago. He did that 4 days ago. Oh my God. And he's acting here. Varicella isn't a, thank you, varicella. Sorry. I was talking about Robusto earlier, and I got in the espresso mood. Okay? Varicella is not given to little kids with them. No, it's given to older children. That's the part, like, I'm trying to read into this, but it's like, these people are fucking nuts, and the way they say stuff is just stupid. According to August 7 version of CDC's immunization, children should get vaccinated against MMR, as well as varicella at 12 and 18 months old, and again at 4 to 6. They've recommended MMR and varicella vaccinations given separately. Historically, they've given it separately. Literally, that's what it was. And so now they made a recommendation. What? All right, I need someone's help. We're gonna just look at this for a second. I need someone helping me understand, because this is gonna give me a stroke. This is gonna give me a stroke here. Okay, let me zoom out slightly less. Come on, that is very annoying. That's fine. Okay, so the CDC's advisory committee. This is this new group of fucking whack jobs. Voted September 18th to no longer recommend a combination vaccine that covers measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella. Right? So they voted to no longer recommend it. According to the August 7th version of the immunization schedule, blah, blah, the CDC has historically recommended that MMR and varicella vaccinations be given separately. So did they say, we no longer recommend for them to be given together still? So, but they didn't recommend it together. First dose of MMR-VE vaccine presents a twofold increase in risk of seizures compared to separately administered MMR and varicella vaccines. There's no additional risk of febrile seizures in the second dose. 85% of children receiving them get separate vaccinations, while 15% receive it. This is fucking, these people are fucking out of their mind. Useless bunch of fucks.
Alright. You ready for some autism?
Oh.
I'm having a hard time with.
Nope.
It's time to get vaccinated!
Chickenpox, individually they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe.
Is it what? Oh, I have it all fucked up now. Oh no, what happened? Why is it broken like this? It should not be broken like that. That's not good. 1 second. There.
Maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it.
He's wrong. He's not wrong here. Like, spread them out. It's not like the one thing. If you are, so for example, let's say that I've got an example, by the way, that probably, hey, I've been named the diplomat ambassador to, I don't know, Borneo. Borneo has a problem with a couple of these. And my son, he's 18 months old. I probably should get all of them at once. That's the question, because kids die from these things there. So yeah, but generally, no, you're fine. Like, this is fucking stupid. This is just fucking stupid.
It may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted.
I got a lot of things to say about this one.
There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many.
So, this is one of those things when I'm going to bring up GRID again. The idea for GRID, and the reason they called it that before they called it AIDS, was because they wanted it to be that homos having sex, they're the ones who are getting punished for having their debauched lifestyle because you can only get it through sexual transmission. They didn't care to take a look, and thank God for a handful of militant gay activists, militant queer activists who were like, nah, you're going to be doing studies. We're doing studies. We're going to make sure you do it, and fighting and pushing. And they went, oh, it's not just sex. It turns out it's a virus, and you can get it via bodily fluids or blood transmission. Oh, just like Hep B. 40 to 60% of Hep B cases start in childhood. Did you know that? Most people don't consider that because this is fucking stupid. 40% start in childhood. So, what the fuck? Also, if a mother isn't tested for Hep B, generally you should get tested, by the way, for these things pretty regularly because you never quite know. Donald Trump wasn't around for the birth of his children, so he doesn't understand, but babies do touch a sexual organ when they're born. Did you know this? I know. It's uncomfortable to talk about it that way, but they come out. They come out of a vagina. Babies are transmitted, often Hep B, during birth from mothers who don't necessarily know they even have it. Because Hep B doesn't like show up one day. Oh, I've got it now. It knocked on my door and I'm here. You have it. And it's eats your liver for a long time and then fucking ruins your life. So mothers don't have it, give it to their babies and don't know it. This is fucking nuts. This is how awful this is, what he's doing here. And again, the misinformation and hilarious stupidity on display that's just embarrassing for anyone who's into this. It's like, do you have any idea about like, oh, it's only from sexual contact? Well, it's a good thing babies never touch any fluids that are in a mother's sexual region. Ever. Stupid fucking asshole. Like, babies are gonna get Hep B. You see this one a lot. This is one that a lot of stupid people use, and it's a shame because they just don't understand things. But they'll say this. There's an anti-vax doc I watched that was like the big push. But babies aren't having sex. It's a sexually transmitted. It's like, it's not sexually transmitted. Like herpes, you could say is sexually transmitted. You get it from other things too. Like it's fluids. Sex isn't a transmission vector. Like that's the problem, is these people don't understand what that means. If sex is a transmission vector, it's not sex. It's the stuff that makes that up, right? It's like the fluids and things. It's not, the virus doesn't go, my lord, someone is having sex. I must jump across this penis now. That's not how this works. It's insane. It's insane, man. And Baby Squid, I'm not going to read that comment, but that is accurate. Birth is really, really disgusting. It's disgusting in that way that it's like very unsettling to understand all the really necessary parts of like how things work together and how we come out and what works and how these things reproduce and have and it's wild. It's fucking gross. Meconium is like one of the most disgusting things I've ever experienced in my life. And it's a lot.
Many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives.
STDs are stored in the balls.
That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better, and in some cases maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. Feel so terribly for. I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a.
This is, if there is a positive, and I'm just praying that there is, this may have minor improvements in some ways for some kids. Because here's the thing. A lot of people don't want to, hey, this folic acid thing, why do they have a folic acid deficiency in the first place? Oh, well, have you ever noticed that autism spectrum actually affects disproportionately poor people? It has to do with not getting the right food, not getting the right nutrition. You know, the thing that food stamps actually helps with. Folic acid supplements are part of most natal courses for women. When Heather went through this, it was a whole thing twice in a row, and there was a lot of stuff and a lot of extra things. And it's like, we were lucky. We were fortunate enough to be able to do all the things the doctor asked and all of that. A lot of people aren't. That's it. Like, it's just that fucking simple. So if this causes people, because by saying this, there's going to be a push, and there should goddamn be, you maha fucks, if you don't do this, you fucking people. You need to push that these things be given to parents, that this isn't a thing that parents who can afford it get. Because if you believe what RFK and these assholes are saying, you want it behind a paywall? You're a bastard. You're a bastard. Everyone should be able to get it, unless you want poor kids to have it, which, again, you may not care. You may not care. But as far as like a cure for it, reversing those things, that's not really how this stuff works or plays. And when he's talking about it as a cure, again, this is more of a preventative thing. There's some level of efficacy when it comes to a handful of people in certain cohorts that it does help reverse, especially for very young kids. It's tough and it's complicated, but it's something that, and we can go through, there's a handful of studies that it's kind of interesting, tends to be what it means, but it's all under 6 years old. But you run into this problem. Autism diagnoses don't happen at 2 years old. They don't. Kids have all kinds of weird, odd behaviors. They don't show up till 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are the ages a lot of people run into and find diagnoses. This shit doesn't really work on older kids. So, fun.
Tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever,
I know, Radical, they're not going to connect the dots that way, but again, yeah, I can hope. Because if there's anything positive, it's going to be like, hey, why aren't more women getting this stuff? Oh, it's now expensive because Dr. Oz's company and others jack up the prices because they control the recommendation. It makes you a bastard. Like, it makes you just a really just kind of piece of shit. And you shouldn't be a piece of shit. Be a better person.
the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. They
$150 million for just, again, this is how silly these people are.
We'll be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data.
One sec.
Be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly for. I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. when the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now.
Let's do it now. No studies, no understanding of how it'll impact people at large. Just do the fucking thing because why not? That's about as dangerous as it is. So $150 million for 13 studies. That's just about $11 to $12 million a study. That's nothing. That is nothing. You don't understand how much work and how many people have to be part of these studies at every single level in order to make them happen. The institutions that have to be involved, the double checks, the secondary. You're talking about dozens upon dozens upon dozens of people. $10 million over 24 months or 12 months doesn't fucking cut it. So this is how unserious they are. You can go back. The NIH has had many studies on this. The numbers are much larger. They've put this big number together for 13 studies. It sounds cool. It's not. It's a joke.
Now, nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Unless bad can happen, you moron.
But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
Don't take it. Because what you really need is a high fever. Because we've never seen high fevers having any negative effects on pregnant women or young children. Don't take it. Do, if your doctor is part of it, and have these conversations with your doctor and grow the fuck up and don't listen to this old doddering moron.
And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to.
Don't wait for that. Don't wait for your fever to be 105 degrees before you take Tylenol. It doesn't have to be very high for a child to experience damage. You should look this up. Kids' fevers get weird high. They can get slightly higher than ours. Older people really can't have higher fevers. But, don't wait. Oh, I wonder if I should give him that Tylenol. I don't know. Let's just sleep on it. Oh, he's got 107 fever. Oh, the frontal cortex is completely melted. Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine.
To take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead?
Nothing. Tylenol has actually been shown for pregnant women to be very safe when taken correctly. Just so you know. And we have studies for decades for millions of people. It's kind of, where are the studies for COVID? Humanity. So there you go.
It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other
Talk to your
medicines
doctor.
are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils.
They're not proven bad. They're not poison. They're used for specific things in specific ways, and they interact with the body differently than Tylenol does. Tylenol is an odd enzyme interaction that still mystifies, actually, to this day of exactly how it works, but we kind of generally know how it works.
And others, right? And they've been proven bad.
How good is an ice pack for fevers anyway? I mean, lowering the temperature by any means is great. Ice baths, ice packs, all of those things are fantastic if it keeps the fever down. But that's only on the outside. If you have 106-degree fever, and that's what it measures in your mouth, right? And you've got ice packs and everything, you're not cooling. You're getting hotter. Your outside is not. It's temperature. I mean, think of it like a block of ice. If you melt it to 106 degrees, it doesn't matter if you put a fucking ice pack on top of it. How about paracetamol? I don't know enough. Talk to your fucking doctor and not someone who clearly doesn't. Donald Trump doesn't work out because he believes and has stated this is not a joke, that people only have so much energy in their life and he didn't want to expend it, so he would die early. That's not a joke. He said this and he believes it. He talks about this with people a lot and did a lot. Paracetamol. Oh, Tylenol is paracetamol. Fair enough. I'm not in the UK. I don't know.
So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by two incredible mothers that have...
And I actually want to talk about the mothers. I'll get letters about this. I'll get letters.
Experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say
the country is going through this in the same way the country is going through his crime wave or immigration or any of these other things that are lies exploded on social media that people have no way to contextualize because they don't have friends in real life.
Parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba,
Just so you know, it's not true.
they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one. And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot, and I want to say it right now. And, you know, the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on this subject.
So, Cuba doesn't have Tylenol because we have an embargo on them. They have acetaminophen. That's Tylenol. They have acetaminophen. They use acetaminophen. Cuba has acetaminophen. You fucking weirdo. They don't have Tylenol. Yes, that's right. We have a embargo. Johnson & Johnson can't sell Tylenol in Cuba. Not legally. But other companies can produce it because acetaminophen is a known thing. He is saying Tylenol instead of acetaminophen because he can't pronounce acetaminophen, as we saw earlier. But again, just remember that. Cuba probably has Tylenol too. Yeah, the black market. I mean, I think through black markets perhaps. But acetaminophen is like a common drug globally. There isn't like, it's one of the most known publicly available access. Like it's just stupid.
Subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense too.
They don't have sour diesel, but they do have marijuana. Tuxedo, that is a perfect corollary. That's a great way to put it.
And there's a lot of common sense
They don't have Band-Aids. They have adhesive strips.
in this, and I wish things like this were brought up, and this group has worked so hard on it, but I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst, there's no harm. Thank you very much. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. To meet the president's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented
I can barely, there's a scene in American Dad where Roger gifts, he apparently killed Christina Aguilera and cut out her voice box, and he gives it like a ring to Haley. And that's what I think happened to it's awful to listen to. But again, we're not here for him.
all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism.
Blah, 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 blah. We don't care. You're a fucking moron. Just
To
jackass.
protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy.
Just so you know, this is how this is worded. He's actually reading it out. So he's saying, and the final thing says, hey, you shouldn't give Tylenol to pregnant women unless they need it. That's what he's saying. Saki, it didn't even occur to me, but yes, it's acetaminophen is on the list of essential medicines by the WHO and so many other things. It's a miracle drug as far as shit goes. And again, it's one of those things that people just fucking wacky.
As other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects, HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fever.
Here's an exercise for you. How you can tell if something is actually meaningful. Say the opposite and see if it seems stupid. If it's stupid to say the opposite, then they're not saying anything. It's actually a really easy exercise. Because if you say the opposite, if it's provocative, interesting, or because, hey, never give your children vaccinations. Always give your children vaccination. It's provocative, right? We advise that you only use it when it's needed. We advise you, what? Only use it when it's not needed? Like, never use it? Like, what the fuck does he think is happening in the medical world today?
In pain and pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration.
They usually prescribe the largest dose for the longest duration. Oh, wait. No, they don't.
And only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks also to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated.
This is another way of saying there's no studies saying what I'm saying either.
Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity.
This is true. Do you know how much you have to take for liver toxicity? I mean, even as an infant, it's not once in a while. It's not a few doses. It's a lot.
Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses.
Why are you talking about that? So just don't take Tylenol. Tylenol's bad. Sometimes it does things that are different. Sometimes for certain viruses, it does things that it doesn't work with. I'm certain doctors aren't aware of this. And the things I'm saying that are part of studies that are generally known in the medical field, certainly I'm the first person to be talking about. He's trying to pump up and build and like poison the well when it comes to linking it to autism, trying to show it does other bad things because these people are really dumb.
FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified... That's
not the right phrasing for the... Again, he's not very bright. Like, it's really kind of terrifying. That's not the phrasing. It's not that folate can lead to autism. It's that it's coextensive with it. It's not that one thing leads to it. They actually don't believe that it leads to it. What they're finding is that, a decent chunk of kids in certain cohorts who have this, folic malnourishment also have autism. The studies don't go beyond that. It may be, and we don't know. Again, this is one of those things. Like I said, the guy who did the studies on this found very different things, but it's could be quite that kids who have autism, their body develops in a way that does this. We don't know. There's a cart and a horse thing happening here that he is absolutely not in power of. Again, get pregnant women all of the things they need. They need folic acid for a lot of reasons. Like, it's part of the major enzymes that develop babies. Please get them all of these things. But the child who's already born, like, this is not the way to talk about this. It's not the right language. It's terrible.
Identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of...
Honest to God, it's like being raped in my ear.
Folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin.
I have a test for autism. You sit them down and you make people listen with headphones to RFK at full volume. And if you can't stand it, you're on the spectrum. This grates on me. It shivers down my spine. Like, I do my nails a lot. I have a vein side to me. There's a few different nail files I use. I have just stuck to the cardboard ones that have like, it's like sandpaper type stuff, right? But there's also the ones that are like glass. Just saying it makes my entire body shiver. Using the glass nail files, or porcelain that like have like this coating on it, there's a vibration to it. Like right now, I'm just like, my body's tripping the fuck out. The worst sensation I've ever had. It's awful. It's awful. It feels awful. It's the same feeling. It's the same feeling. Whew. What happened to his throat that made him talk like that? He claims an illness, but I mean, probably something. I mean, he did a fuck ton of drugs and drinking and partied and did awful shit. Like he was a Kennedy. They're not good people, and they did things that were dangerous.
I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. The announcement of this announcement also represents a historic collaboration.
What's great is that stuff is sound science. A handful of those people working on that literally are the same people that he's saying is unsound, awful science on vaccines. So it's kind of awesome. Like, again, I really like these guys. What did the Kennedys do? Basically born of illegal liquor running during Prohibition. They were exceptionally corrupt family who used that money to gain a whole amount of, sort of northeastern political and social power, as well as land power, and then use that to buy the presidency, amongst many other things. Some of them good stuff. His dad, because he's RFK Jr., Bobby Kennedy, the first Bobby Kennedy, although a piece of shit in a lot of ways, generally was hopeful. At JFK, also hopeful, but they played into a very particular political sphere that I have absolute distaste for. But they did a lot of stuff like, I don't know, look up lobotomies. Given a lobotomy because one of the girls in the Kennedy family was just a little too wanton with her time. Teddy might have left a girl in a lake. Teddy might have killed somebody. I think you can just kind of say that. Did they all do stuff? Sure, they all, they pushed good things. Teddy was big in a whole bunch of stuff.
Here I go, anti-anything. Ho, ho.
Suresh0T super chatted $5. If RFK cared at all about health, he would address the massive case of lumbar lordosis next to him.
It's Trump is about to fall over. If you watch, by the way, he slowly tilts and has to right himself. It's really, he's the worst. And Dead Kennedys is still relevant. Very much. God, what a band. The Chappaquiddick you can look up. There are a whole, it's the Kennedy sister. There's a whole bunch of stories with the Kennedys that are genuinely horrifying. And really indicative of the aristocracy of the time and how they behaved and everything. They're awful.
Between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention.
Sorry, can't. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial. I think he did pronounce this funny. It's etiology, but I think he does say ideology. I kind of got a kick out of it.
Disorder with multifactorial etiology.
There we go. Etiology. That's the right word.
Investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine.
That's how science works, by the way. 40 to 70% of mothers believe the vaccine was the reason. I can't imagine if there's been a media campaign pushing for that and mom groups online that push for that and conversations that push for that at every fucking turn. I can't imagine why moms would believe that. They have such good scientific training and an understanding of the method.
President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like prior administrations.
But we should be gaslighting them in a different direction. What a fucking asshole.
Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. Some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 years.
Yes. With a rapist behind him and his own dalliances under fire. Both of them saying you can't trust women. They're liars, whores. If you haven't read Ivanka Trump's divorce decree that Trump didn't fight, by the way, where he tore hair out of her head while beating her so badly and then raping her, that's fun. These are the guys who are like, our friends say that you've got to listen to all and believe all women. But then, and it's like, that's how much of a piece of shit he is. Believe all women. No, don't. I mean, not the one who's accusing me and not the women who are accusing any of us.
3 decades. Because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find.
No, they won't.
We are researching this issue.
They literally have taken down studies they disagreed with. They've stopped studies from coming out. Like, they don't give a fuck. They're not going to tell you anything. They don't give a shit. Again, they're not adding anything here. Hey, take this thing that is already generally said. Oh, we're not going to help you get more of it. And also take Tylenol only if you need to, just like how you take it now. Yay.
All 3 agencies, Jay, will discuss one of our research initiatives.
Ooh, that is a good one. I will send a shout out to Behind the Bastards, a wonderful podcast who has a series on RFK, and it is, they have a series on a lot of, they're all good. They're all good. You should watch. RFK is a solid one, and it's there's a lot there.
At NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be a model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague
He's just so fucking dumb.
Americans. Jay.
Like, I have friends who are in bio studies. They do this shit. They're part of these teams, and they're just like, oh, you cut all of our funding, like across the board for everything. They don't give a fuck about any of the stuff. The 10 million they're giving is like fucking pennies. Like, who's going to be doing these studies? By the way, they sort of semi-announced a few of them, and it's like bullshit. It's amazing.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy.
I can't. This guy's awful. This guy doesn't know how to talk.
In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families.
And 4 weeks ago, a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature.
They go on for a while.
What many of you have been asking us to do in the community is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already...
I'm going to be kidding. This is all like RFK put a bunch of people in charge of shit that are a bunch of idiots. This is a bunch of the idiots. That's it.
Identified risk factors.
And we're skipping through them because it's dry. It's nothing interesting. They just are basically... Thanks to your work, Mr. Trump. Thanks to your work, Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, may I have another, sir? That's what they do over and over and over. It's fucking pathetic.
And open the door for the first FDA recognized treatment pathway for autism.
And it's not a treatment pathway. Like, they're in studies right now. But that's what he's claiming that this is that this thing. China's got some studies on it that are going. Like, again, it's in process, but they don't know what it's doing. So
it is the first of its kind.
How did RFK join the mega? Was he not? RFK literally hit up both campaigns and tried bargaining. I'll support you if you do this for me. And when the Harris campaign was like, no, we don't want a anti-science vaxxer lunatic, he went full in for MAGA because they will take him. And if you remember, the first thing we have of him is eating McDonald's on Trump's plane because Trump made him his bitch, just like he does with everyone else. Trump had a thing. He talked about it. He talks about it still, actually. There was an interview he did a few years ago. I couldn't believe it. He likes fucking his friends' wives. That's his thing. He thinks it's funny and fun. He likes fucking his friends' wives. He likes that. Why? Well, the story goes from a few of the women that he basically says, yeah, well, if you don't, I'm going to tell them you did it and they're going to believe me anyway. So you tell me how consensual that is. He likes making his friends bitches. That's what he does. And he did it to RFK. And he's fucking cucked RFK straight out. It's wild to watch. Because if the man had any principles at all, they're clearly gone.
And it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president...
The fuck are you talking about? Get this data? There's like studies that have been going... He's just making shit up. It's amazing.
...is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration...
All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby.
Every doctor who deals with pregnant women lets them know, hey, by the way, you've got to be really careful what you take. Like, this is insane that this is what people think is like happening now. But we're going to skip a bit. So, do you remember I said that thing, keep in your mind, where Trump said out loud that acetaminophen, after he learned to pronounce it, was Tylenol? And how proud he was to say that?
Change happened and what change happened. And it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years. And I'm
Oh, this is the mom.
I know, just thank you.
Thank you.
But when we got word of RFK doing his work,
This is...
idea.
Look, I'm a parent. Okay? I have empathy for parents, but then there's language certain parents use that make me go, says a lot. This woman?
Like you said,
She's talking about her fairly severely autistic, apparently, son.
He will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism so you have these behaviors.
Language people use is really important. And I find it really telling when people talk about a child needing discipline. There's words there. I have never used that word with my kids or about my kids or with friends. It is very telling. I've used a discipline with Dottie. You just saw Dottie wander away, I think. I've disciplined my goddamn dog. A child? Telling.
And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a...
This is, and then, again, to have total empathy here, which is the goal, there should be governmental financial support medically for any mother going through this and any family going through this. You should have support because there are ways to deal with all of these things. This is like, she's not saying he's in the corner hitting his head against a wall until he bleeds to death. Like, this is, hey, he doesn't understand. He's not making sense. He doesn't know how to make sense of when I say not to do things or why. He's not taking it to heart. This is a thing to deal with. She doesn't have the tools. They're not looking to give her the tools. They're looking to use her to extend this larger pall over the medical community in general, not to fix medical conditions. They don't care about it.
A parent with a profound autistic child, even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid.
Just so you know, normal kids, if all you do is meet them with no, also meltdown. So
it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard.
And it sucks. This is the reason that we need to be giving them support. All of it.
It's amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it.
And it feels good for her to finally have someone doing that. And that's why she's here. And that's why they're abusing this woman to tell everyone how excited she is that someone finally is able to put their finger on it. Because she believes she did it. She feels guilt. She did a thing and caused it. Right? She did this. I said the wrong thing. I raised him poorly because that's how we're taught, which is also bullshit. It's extremely bullshit. But this feels good for her. And that's why they're marching her up here. That's what they do. They don't want to help these people. That's not what they're doing. Otherwise, they'd be pushing for larger bills paid for by, Medicaid, Medicare, Medicare for all, public options. No, they don't want that.
And you can't point to that.
All of these people have money in medical companies and stock in medical companies at large scales. Dr. Oz, we know for sure. RFK, we know for sure. It's public. Trump and his company, Jesus Christ, absolutely. And this fucking guy on the left, there was a huge story. What the fuck? Who did that? Fuck him too. No, I'm not in the mood.
And say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open. I'm not blaming anything.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to vote for RFK doing his work.
Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here. High functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening to moms who have been crying out for help.
He's not listening to you. He's not. What help is he offering you? Any mom? None. He's cut Medicaid and Medicare, food stamps, and SNAP in the largest numbers they've ever been. That'll be starting in January. You enjoy that. You enjoy seeing what your thanks is giving in the party that you're a part of right now. You will end up seeing that. Ideally, you'll be able to sort of recognize it, but come on.
Answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum in the 9 years since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories. And they've all just wanted somebody to listen, to not ridicule them or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard.
It's hard, probably. When you're telling people as a mother that you know exactly what caused a very complex, multifaceted neurological disease in your child, it's very difficult for people to take you seriously.
When you don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change happened and what change happened. And it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm
Here I go anti-anything. Oh.
Suresh 0T super chatted $10. Not a proper parent if you don't skinner box your child's existence. They don't want to treat autism, they want to force children to obey and conform. Ayla Judge Schraber's father.
I mean, that is again, the language used, and because there's a lot of different types of parents and people in this space of autism. I've gotten to know a handful of people, and I was working on, of all things, I got to be friends with this guy, Alex, who was part of an autism group. older sort of what used to be thought of as lower functioning, but actually higher functioning. Really interesting situation. And what you find is there's kind of two kinds of parents. There's a parent who's like wants their child to be able to succeed in the world, and they're terrified that their kid isn't going to have that. I feel that. Then there's the parents who are like really upset that their kid isn't doing what they're told, and that they're not going to be successful because they're not able to obey. They're not able to be disciplined. You run into, and it's an interesting question. Talk to parents about that. And most of them fall somewhere in the middle. It's like, again, it's multifaceted. But when you have like these hardline parents and it's like, oh, I really care about autism. It's like the most important thing in the world. My kid just doesn't ever do what I say. And it's like, yeah, I'm
speechless. This day.
Do parents who aren't mega do this? Oh, parents do this. This is an American thing. I watch, we go to the park here and you can tell like the queer couple who has a couple kids they've adopted, right? They'll still do this shit. They still do this. They still Oedipalize their kids. It doesn't matter. Like America is, the world is like this.
Is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things.
To look into it and say Tylenol is fine, but only when a doctor says so, just like now. And also folic acid's good. Brave.
Things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude.
Again, these are anti-vax people. If you look them up, they're famously anti-vax moms. Trump just said to take vaccinations. So he's not pushing it that much. Trump believes in vaccinations. Like, if you didn't know, Trump actually believes in vaccinations. It's one of the really funny parts of like this entire grift that he's got with like RFK and his people. He does not believe in no vaccinations. He just is not that. So.
Gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say
Ready? This is my favorite.
So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference.
I like that. He is so fucking useless. I fucking really like that. It made my day when he said this, because look at his concern in his face. Look at that. He's like.
So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference.
Acetaminophen is Tylenol. Tylenol is the brand. And again, acetaminophen is available pretty much everywhere. He's fucking great. Yeah, no, he's been doing the math ever since he's sat back. Like, because again, you heard him say acetaminophen or Tylenol as it's known, because he's reading off the page, but his brain doesn't pull any of this information in. Again, he's really stupid. He doesn't have anything up here. There's nothing going on. So he said it over and over. You can go back He said it a lot that acetaminophen was Tylenol. He didn't cognize that ever. He never took that information in. And then he sat there watching and he learned something. He learned something. And he was proud to tell us. I think this is one of my favorite moments. This is one of my favorite Trump moments I've seen in a very long time. Because watch his purpose. His purpose as he goes out.
Answers, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference.
I love you.
It's essentially Tylenol.
Essentially.
And I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol. unless it's absolutely necessary. They
Don't just look. I used to put it on my Sundays. Don't do that. I used to crush it up, snort lines of Tylenol just to get that pain relief high. Don't do that. From here, we are going to watch. And it's a fairly unbroken, what, 20 minutes, 15 minutes? This is basically Trump's thing that works is when he goes off cuff. He doesn't understand what's happening here because, again, he's sundowning, and we're watching the end of the Trump presidency in real time. This whole thing is the Biden, like, not sure if he should walk off, the Mitch McConnell. If you haven't seen it, it's great. There's a bunch of videos. Mitch McConnell gets asked a question. He goes, like, for, I think the last one was like 50 seconds, and it was amazing.
I understand it's maybe 10% of the women that are pregnant are, would perhaps be forced to use it.
What is that stat?
And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
The fuck, dude?
If you just can't, I mean, it's just
What
fight
the
like
shit?
hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself. So don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway.
Oh, he's something. He's something.
Is
Allie, it's quiet to you? Oh shit. I don't know why. I have an issue with this fucking for some reason. Well, what the fuck? There. Yeah.
Be stronger from me than from the group because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. If you just can't, I mean, it's just fight like hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself. So don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is, and it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby. Even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into, I would say 5, but let's say 4 visits to the doctor instead of 1. And certain things I think you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury?
We're in the process. Come on. That's awesome. We're in the process of taking out mercury. It was removed in 2001 from all of them.
Mercury is, you know what aluminum is? Who the hell wants that pumped into a body?
Well, because it's neither of those things. Chemistry is a very complicated thing for stupid people. It just is. So when you have binding molecules that are used for things, people get really weird when they hear certain terms or things or things that are derived from other things. For example, food coloring. Most food coloring is actually derived from like coal, which sounds gross, but it's kind of like who gives a fuck? Like it doesn't really matter because it's not coal. There's a lot of shit in this stuff. There's a lot of ways that these things can be fucked with chemically. Your body also comes from coal, sort of. I mean, it's what carbon is. So not understanding like these things, it's magic. I really like him. Like, it's great. The Mercury thing is thimerosal. Correct, Ironclad, which was removed in 2001. It's great. He's not a scientist. I know. I really did think Trump had like an advanced degree. And he wasn't, I think the quote, the dumbest fucking person I've ever had in my classes. I'm not sure that applied to him from that professor who had him. Miss Heather. Oh, one moment, everyone. Miss Heather, I have to take that comment. She doesn't have to super chat. I have to read Miss Heather's comments. How it works. Sorry. He's actually referring to the combination shots. He's trying to say these folks think it's better to not take the combo shots, instead take individual shots, but no, he's never clear. Well, here's the thing. The CDC, because RFK said that they're recommending the MMR and the chickenpox virus combination not be taken together. That's been the case. The 85% of all of the shots ever that used this combination had the MMR and chickenpox actually separated. So they agree with that. That's it. MMR and that, like, spreading out vaccinations, fine. Like, Heather's aware. We had this talk because we have different views, but I'm fine with it. It's because I don't think there's any harm in like holding off. And if it turns out it's fine, it's like whatever. But he's kind of speaking in a really weird way here. He also is talking about splitting up the MMR vaccine, which I'm really confused by, to be frank. Like that one I don't know about, but you know.
And there were rumors about both of them for a long time, but we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines.
Yes, they're having them taken out of the vaccines. Again, that we did in oh no. Oh no. Fucking Chrome running out of memory again. Motherfucker. Top chat. I don't want top chat. I can call in and explain super quick. I don't want to go. August, I appreciate you wanting to call in very quickly. I do. I'm not. All of this is just Wakefield bullshit. If you guys don't know Wakefield, there's actually like there's a few people who've actually done some very good videos on this. I think H Bomber guy didn't he do one? And then Abigail, Philosophy Tube, I think did a really great one on this too. There's a few people who've done like really solid videos if you want to watch, but like this is old school anti-vax edging in, right? Where it's like, hey, look, they're dangerous, just space them out, which is like fair. And there's the MMR-V vaccine led to higher rate of seizures, I think doubling. So that's fine. Yeah, we'll split them up. We don't want these things to cause a lot of problems. But then they move into that next step, which is maybe we don't take one of them. Maybe we shouldn't take any of them. Like it's give a dog a bone, and that's how they've treated it. Professor Dave also had a really good one on Wakefield too. He's hip, he's cool, he gets it. Thanks for the note, Heather.
Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted.
In the U.S., MMR is the only shot available. You can't get measles as an individual shot. I didn't think so. Again, MMR was the thing when I was a kid, when we were kids. But MMR is like a whole shot. Hepatitis. Let's talk about what sexually transmitted means. And again, because there may be one or two MAGA or Maha people watching, sexually transmitted does not actually mean that sex is what transmits it. Sexually transmitted means it occurs during sexual intercourse, which tends to be an exchange of fluids, gross fluids, gooey fluids. And in gooey fluids, if you didn't know, for mega people, I'll speak to you. When you take your My Little Pony out of your cum jar, that gooey fluid, that's what we're talking about. I know you're not used to it, but sexually transmitted means gooey fluids. That's what carries hepatitis B. Also AIDS, also herpes, and a whole bunch of other things. Fluids do it. Fluids do it. Which means if kids can come in contact with other bodily fluids that have Hep B, they get it. So I showed a little study earlier. 40% of people who get Hep B get it when they're children. That's not because 40% of people are getting fucked as kids. Granted, I know we're listening to Trump here, so it's easy to think that.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
Dom P super chatted $5.
Well, thank you very much, Don P. The setup is not that kids are getting fucked. It's that when a baby's born, it comes out of the mother's vagina, and there's gooey ooey's. And mothers may not know they have it, because most people don't know they have it. Like, people carry shit. You didn't know, like, a lot of people have a lot of diseases that they don't know about for like years. This is not back in the day. Oh, the brilliant poet who died of syphilis because he had it for years, and it's like, no, they didn't. They kind of knew what it was. They just didn't. People now get it and they die of it too. Like, people just don't get tested. They don't go and check the stuff, especially in America, where a for-profit healthcare system stops us from doing any preventative care whatsoever. So in our country, the rate of people who have Hep B who don't get tested for it is fucking way higher than it goddamn should be. So mothers who have Hep B will pass it to their fucking kids if their kids aren't immunized at birth. Get tested then. But then from birth to 5 or 6, do you know what it takes to be, introduced to various fluids? Spit, shit, snot, blood transfusions, other things. If your kid's not at risk for these things, fine, wait for a bit. That's great. But realize this is not like some random fucking thing. Just gross. This is just awful. I just hate this so much. I hate this so much. People in chat, look up opportunistic infections. That's a good term too. Pregnant women get a Hep B blood test. Well, be careful, Heather, because this is going to be very West Coast centric. I have a friend right now. His wife is in Alabama doing her residency. Hospitals there don't work the same way they do here, and she's horrified. So here, where we live on the West Coast, even in Vancouver, Washington, people get Hep B blood tests, and the doctors make them do that. They don't do that everywhere. That's not a thing. I wish it was, trust me. But in America, it's not. It's actually not as common as it's depressing. But lots of Maha home birth moms. Oh, well, that's even worse. So this is one of those things that's like, that didn't even occur to me. So, well, I mean, I say that we almost did the home birth thing. We really were about to. But it would have been doctor supervised, really careful. But we're talking about like these people, these weird health hippies, the Maha. I don't know if you've ever been on Maha TikTok. It's fucking weird. But they're the kind of people who probably don't get tests. They probably don't ever get tested for anything that they have. Oh, that's fucking depressing. So they're the most vulnerable community. Fuck. You have depressed me, Heather.
And we think you
That's
should
fucking
wait.
awful.
I think you should wait till 12. I'm just making these statements from me.
All right, so here's the thing. I want to take a moment. I'm going to make you listen to this a few times, and I'm going to see if part of schizoanalysis, not psychoanalysis, schizoanalysis, the work at the end of Anti-Oedipus, the push for 1,000 Plutos, the work that Deleuze and Guattari are pushing for, is doing away with symbolic structures and instead being attracted specifically to attractions and negations, the way things move. Think of the magnets and forces that are in line with things and how things push towards each other. Is this the Heather? This is the Heather. It's the Heather. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Wait, what did we say about autism? Did we join the war on autism on the side of autism? No, serious. Trump said that women who are pregnant should be careful about using Tylenol. And Heather says, well, I was high risk, too old. It's not too old. Very lovely. I don't think it was too old. Dexter, our son, has a big old head. And it was one of the more terrifying experiences I've had. And I can't imagine what Heather went through there. I can't imagine it was from my side. Because if you haven't been through a birth, if you haven't been there and watched it, it is insane. I think you'd understand. Serious, I know you're joking. You're an exceptionally particular advocate about a handful of things. And the way you go about it is because one of those things is autism. I know you're serious. You're good. I knew you were joking. I was more just responding because if you didn't see this, this is one of the more insane nothing things. It's been amazing. Heather was in labor for forever. And really wanted a natural birth, really wanted to go down that road. And if we were at home, it would have been very bad. So again, modern medicine, I understand people's hesitance and wants to sort of be not necessarily, super doped up or have 19 different cybernetic parts put into them or all that shit. I get that. I'm not drastically far away from that, but modern medicine has saved a huge number of people. The reason we have more cancer now is because we live longer because of modern medicine. That's how things work. When you get old, you get fucked up. Heather's not joking. We have pictures. The two kids couldn't have looked more different. Honest to God, if you saw them, if we could just fast forward and have them born alongside each other and grow until even now, it's be really tough to pick them out as brother and sister. Very different body builds and head shapes and everything. Was fascinating. Back to Trump, because this is awful. I think what he's doing here is awful. Think about the connections he's making, not symbolically, but how he's saying certain things and finding them specifically connected.
Taken out of the vaccines.
Here we go.
Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted.
He's saying Hep B is sexually transmitted. Why give it to babies? Right?
And we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12.
12. That's the age for him. That you should be getting a vaccine against a sexually transmitted disease. 12. Now, I'm going to ask you, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think, sure, even younger, because I don't really think of it this way. But for him, 12 years old, that's the age. For him, who is in the Epstein files.
We're having them taken out of the vaccines. Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted. And we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors.
He is making those statements for him. I think he is making the statement for him. And I think everyone else is
because when they...
I think if you come to me, look, I think actually we should be having sex at much, much younger. We need to have the biggest defense against child predators is sexual education. Studies have shown this countless times in countless cultures. This is not an American thing. It's everywhere. I believe all of that. But someone like him, who has a naturally conservative reactionary mindset, believing 12 years old is the right age.
They talk about, different results, different studies. I talk about a lot of common sense, and they have that too. They have that too, a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old. And there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. It's not, doesn't seem to be a problem at all.
Because he fucks kids.
The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular.
And again, if anyone here is a Trump supporter who's watching, he's in Epstein's files. You elected the Epstein. He's got multiple people in his cabinet who are in the files. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing?
Shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it. But they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and do it separately.
And again, remember, mumps, measles, and all the three.
Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol.
No one does this. So first off, babies don't get pills. We'll just start with that. Take a couple of Tylenol. Oh, thanks, Doc. That's not what's happening. This is just not what happens. This is not a thing that exists in the world. He's a fucking just demented lunatic. It's wild, man. Do you think he was in the room for any of his kids' vaccinations? No. We know he wasn't. Because again, he said so, for fuck's sake.
I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant, that aren't in a situation that we're talking about, one very specific situation.
Technically, you're talking about like two very specific situations, the pregnant mom and the baby. But he just said, again, he's a doddering moron.
Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant, that aren't in the situation that we're talking about.
People that aren't pregnant. Babies famously pregnant.
One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it. Break up your visits to the doctors. Break them up. Do it in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. Oh.
Hey, do you know what makes it difficult for people to do that? Money. I'm fortunate to be in a state that takes care of these things very significantly. We're able to do this. Most people can't take time off to get 10 doctor's visits in 2 years for a child. And since he cut so much out of Medicare and Medicaid and all of these programs, fewer people are going to starting in January. Like this is how much we're in hell. This is hell. This is what hell looks like.
You got to have to go back another year.
Just give them whiskey. I unironically didn't know that was a really bad idea for a while. I almost made it as a joke, but I mean, obviously not. But yeah, it's he is kind of saying just give them whiskey.
Later, you're going to go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up.
And if you gave a shit, you would be covering it. You would have the government paying for all of these things, like Joe Biden did.
Because it's too much liquid, too many different things. Because it's too much liquid, too many different things are going into that baby at too big a number. The size of this thing, when you look at it, it's like 80 different vaccines and beyond vaccines, and 80. Then you give that to a little kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect.
David Cross has a bit where he says, Anytime like this, anytime you ever hear a politician tell one of these stories, it's always bullshit. It is. It's always bullshit. David Cross does one where he goes, "The other night, I was walking through my hometown, and a woman came up to me and said, 'Senator, your opponent's policies have rendered my family unable to have food, and the other night I had to eat my own eyeballs to survive.'" It's that kind of shit. It's always shit. It's always shit. It's always shit. It's always shit. Fucking these people, man.
Perfect child. Beautiful. Just perfect. And I remember this little blonde-haired boy running around the lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy.
And I'm just mentioning, none of these shots are huge. The issue is not the amount of liquid and the stuff that's in them. What they do is they put too many of them together, which causes, and again, when we say doubles the rate of seizures, we're talking like 0.0001 to 0.0002%. It's an incredibly remote thing. You can look it up. The numbers are there. But the big fucking, no, it's not like some giant needle like that they have to like carry in and like, it's like a turkey baster. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking needle. It's not the same needle as a tetanus. If you've had like, the needle size is like determined by what's in them. This is tiny shit. It's just insane. This is just insane garbage.
And so vibrant. And I said, that's great. One day I came in and she was crying, her eyes out behind the counter.
It's related to allergies. That's right, August. It has to do with, people have a lot of different reactions to everything. Just general shots, by the way, like, get a B12. You can have it's the same reaction. B12 doesn't kill people. It can kill you. Like, people have weird reactions to all kinds of shit.
She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never.
Yeah, I believe it.
As much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, "Are you okay? What happened?" My boy.
I am sure Donald Trump stopped at the woman at the front desk who was crying and said, "You look like a fucking mess. Get the fuck out of here." What the fuck? Oh, Donald Trump, famous for walking over to people and asking, "Why are you crying?" It's just insane bullshit.
Boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy?
What does that mean, your boy? Oh, sorry.
My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. That was the following day. After the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up.
They're dead or they're not. Like, let's be nice. Let's not say that the kid's dead. We'll just say they're badly hurt. I wonder if that's a sign that he's completely making up the story. How do you not see that this is just utter bullshit? I don't want to say that they're dead. I just said the other kid was dead, but I don't want to say these are dead because they're not real people.
Up into 5, break it up into 4, break it up into 3 if you have to, but go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way.
The opposite, actually. Go 5 times, they get more money. Do you understand how medicine works? He doesn't, obviously. 5 vials being used, instead of 1. Like it's, maybe they get more money that way. Like you know a way you can check? You can ask somebody. I think you have granted he's mentally deficient, but you have someone right behind you who could like ask somebody.
Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's because people can't afford to go to the doctor 5 or 6 times, so they get it done because it's cheaper that way and it's the only thing their insurance will cover. You ghoul. Doctors, they get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is?
And also, 85% of kids already don't get their vaccines all at once. Just so you know, that's the stat, and it's been running that way for years, apparently.
Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things.
Me crying at the front desk of Trump Tower until Trump notices me so I can tell him my story.
You have to tough it out.
I love Heather's already listened to this. I'm just getting a kick out of her screaming in the chat. So if you ever see me in I'm in Sunday's chat or kids chat and I'm screaming at the fucking thing, you'll see me in all caps. No, it doesn't. Fuck you. What the fuck? You're right. I may have found my match.
It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say
tough it out.
But sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't get...
Just tough it out. Yeah, you fat piece of shit who's had the best doctors and all the money more than God, who's never had to tough out a goddamn thing, who's never built a fucking thing in his life but claimed it and used money and lost money and lied and cheated people feloniously in multiple places. Toughing out 104-degree fever as a pregnant lady. Yeah, that won't affect you at all. Exactly, Heather. It's, hey, by the way, if you have a fever of 104, you go to the doctor. You go to the ER. You may call 911 if you have secondary. Fevers are not something to fuck with. 100, 101? Yeah, you want to be pretty careful, generally speaking. If a baby under, I think it's 3 months, maybe 6, has any fever, you go to the fucking emergency room. You don't take anything. You don't tough it out. You don't slap your baby and be like, look, bitch, you're going to be fucking man. Okay? I know you're 2 months old. You're going to be a man. Okay? Can't have a man baby that's going to be like, oh, you need a Tylenol. Just tough it out, you fucking pussy. Come on. Come on, pussy. Pussy baby. Come on, tough it out. I'm going to go in the other room, have a beer.
Give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give him a couple of Tylenol. They give him a shot. They give him a vaccine. And every time they give him a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And
there's literally nowhere in the world this happens. By the way, just letting you know, nowhere in the world this happens. I want to meet the doctor. I want to meet the baby. I want to meet the baby who takes, do we skip back? We haven't skipped back, Heather. No. This is why I loved this, because it is, again, he's sundowning. This is the end. We're watching the end of the Trump administration, and it's kind of amazing. It's amazing. And Radio Kaka de Sirac. Yeah, he would have died of COVID back in 2020. He should have toughed COVID. Hey, but dude, you should have toughed COVID out. Can you not tough COVID out? Huh? You gonna tough out COVID? Pussy Trump didn't tough out COVID. Can't you tough it out? Come on, tough it out. That's my Brock Sampson, by the way.
Some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And
do what you can.
It doesn't hurt not to do it.
It does, actually.
It doesn't hurt. There's no downside.
Not the Vance administration. Dude, I want the Vance administration. I want the Republicans to have the only person that they can go to be the man who has the most corner chair in a shitty motel energy who's ever held that position. I don't think anyone's ever been more of a cuckold than J.D. Vance. And having him in that position, he can't control this party. He can't control these people. They would eat each other alive. Vance would be perfect. I'd love it. I would love Vance to be the president. It would be, fuck. Trump wins because he's attractive to all the Nazis. Don't like Vance. The techno bros do because Thiel's there. The Christians really don't like Vance. If you didn't know, like Hillbilly Elegy and all that shit he did, they know it's bullshit. They don't like Vance. He is a grifter and he's too much of one. Trump is the right kind of grifter.
There's no.
Thank you, Astrid. It's Patrick Warburton's one of my favorites. I'm a huge Venture Brothers fan. Gigantic Venture Brothers fan. So.
No downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem.
I mean, if that's the case, then, like, again, he's saying here that if the vaccines are broken up, it's known that there's no autism. You want to bet these moms broke up their vaccinations? You want to bet? I'll bet that they broke. So he's saying to them, it wasn't the vaccinations. Because he's just fucking lying. He's just fucking lying. It's amazing.
But for years we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination.
We have not.
And I'm very happy that you broke out chickenpox because that was really a problem.
It was already broken out most of the time. Again, the CDC already had the recommendation of not having them together. We just looked at the CDC website. You can go look. He didn't change anything. They announced they were changing something that was already this way.
And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, we were talking about it, other different
Ready?
drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside.
Just tough it out, guys. Why don't you tough it out? That's gonna be my thing from here on. I'm gonna keep the tough it out voice because this is the most macho bullshit. It's fucking crazy.
Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it.
So Tylenol, if you have a fever of like 103, 104, Tylenol is the thing you take to break that fever. And it works. It works. It's, again, miraculously. It's miraculously a big deal. If it doesn't work, go to the goddamn hospital immediately. Like, if it doesn't work, like within 20 minutes, get the fuck out. Because 103, 104 fever is going up bad. 106, 107 is not tough it out territory. Again, the level of horrifying misinformation here. Call your doctor, talk to your doctor. He's insane. This is insane.
If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know what? We have
the baby.
More than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this. I told them.
106 is life-threatening emergency territory, correct? 106 is like you're cooking your brain. Like, that's not a joke. You're cooking your fucking brain at that point.
Them that
Ready?
This is the number one thing I want to do from you. And, you know, we have something else called Favored Nations where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%.
Very good work with math. Very good work with math. Very good math there. 1,000%. 1,000%. Yes, again, Allie. I see. Good. Allie knows. Allie remembers. Allie remembers. This is not the first time he's made this comment. I think he said at one point 10,000%, which is still my favorite reduction because I don't know how that works. Because like when you reduce a thing by 100%, how do you reduce a thing by 200%? You can't. Reduction by percent doesn't go negative, does it? I need smarter math people for this one. But like, I'm going to ask AI because he does. What is, let's say medicine's $50, $50 medicine if I reduce the cost by 1,000%. I actually don't know what the answer is. They pay us. The running joke is that, it was my first joke too. I think a lot of people was like, I can't wait to get paid. Yeah. So even the AI is like, did you mean a 10% reduction to $45? It's like this immediately just like, you must have typed this in wrong, you moron. And then it says the 1,000% reduction isn't mathematically possible for pricing. That would mean paying negative $450 for the medicine. Wait, how is that negative? I actually don't understand mathematics at that point because I understand that on a curve, if you're graphing it, yes, I get that. But so the original price, $50, 1,000% of $50 is 10 times $50 or 500. So it's reducing it by 1,000% of $50. But that still doesn't make sense because that's doing a reduction. That's the like lazy man's way of doing the mathematics. If I reduce something by 100%, I'm reducing it by 100 for every 100. It's just wild. And people listen to this guy. People think that he's actually quite clever.
By 900, 600, 500, 1,200, we're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called favored nations. We're going to be paying what the right now.
So it's not called favored nations. Like the fact, so let's do a little law lesson for everybody. Contracts of all sorts exist that will have a clause in it called, referred to as the MFN, the most favored nations. And the idea is, let's say I have a product I'm going to be selling to you every month. I'm going to be selling all of my corn to you or whatever. I'm going to be working for you for $1,000 a month, whatever. But I do this with a lot of people. And what you do is you say, hey, I want to make sure that no matter what, I'm always getting your best price, that you're not going to use my deal against someone else to make them pay less. I want to make sure that I'm getting the best deal possible. So you put in something called a most favored nations clause, which basically says it's not about nationality. It's not about countries. It's referring to that, but it is about saying that you always have the most favored status, that if I then go have a deal, someone else gets a better rate, you get that better rate legally. That's the contract. Okay. So, most favored nations is a thing in contract law everywhere. I know it because I was in the licensing and technology business. And in licensing, 100% everyone makes sure that you put in most favored nations. When people would come to us and do hey, we want to do a deal for James Cameron's Avatar, and the setup's going to be this, and we're going to pay 7% royalties and $100,000 up front. The royalty of 7%, they want to make sure that someone else isn't going to pay less in a year. So in that time, they put in most favored nations. This is very normal stuff. Trump, as a developer of real estate, the fact he is wholly unaware of most favored nations or the favored nations concept in contract law means that he's never been part of a serious contract negotiation in his fucking life. You need to understand that there is no chance that the stuff he's done, the licensing deals he has done as Trump, he licenses his fucking name. The fact that he has no clue that most favored nations is a thing, he just learned about it, means he's never been a party to a real negotiation in his life. The art of the deal is that level of bullshit. He's never actually negotiated contracts in his fucking life if he doesn't know what an MFN is. He's that stupid and that useless and that much of a bullshit artist. His teams handle it. They come in, they probably have told him things, but if he's never done that, he's never actually negotiated. He's never negotiated. He's not a real businessman. Period. Ever. So he thinks this has to do with countries, that we're not the most favored nation for the pharmaceuticals because he's that fucking stupid and has never been a business person.
By 900, 600, 500, 1,200, we're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called favored nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore.
That's not true. Like, no, this is just not true. People have talked about this, but the real realities of the economics of the whole thing, the billions upon billions of dollars that these pharmaceutical companies make from America versus the rest of the world is because the rest of the world doesn't allow them because they're state-run healthcare systems. They're controlled. Ours isn't. That's it. Like, the idea that this is anything else besides that, again, is just his level of bullshit and all of it. It's fucking wacky. It's wacky garbage.
And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have...
He's just lying here.
Go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for...
Ali says, just to listen. Hey, you're welcome to just listen. Thanks, y'all. Love your latest video, Brooks. Thank you. It was a really personal video. Really personal. You guys should watch it. I agree. One of the best on where we are after Kirk's death. Well, thank you. It's very kind of you, and love back to Colorado. Thank you so much.
Or a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me like an Ozempic or...
I get a kick out of the way he talks about this because, again, his audience is the primary people who use Ozempic. If you didn't know, it's fun.
Pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or...
Okay. To say how this is levels of bullshit. Obama, and this is why he wants to say it this way, 2007 to 2011 saw the first major decreases of drug prices per capita and drug spending per capita. And people were taking more drugs because there was more health care, because of Obamacare, which he hates. Obama did this. It is true that pharma is largely bankrolled by the U.S., even if the reason is because they can gouge. It doesn't change that the U.S. pays, I think, upwards of 45%. Yeah. We absolutely do. But, so there's two sides to this. If the conversation is, yes, we are spending more, and that's what lets everyone else have their cheap prices, I disagree with that. Because Drugs like we tend to have here are actually manufactured in those countries. They're manufactured elsewhere. And the weird way our medical system works for trademarks and for ownership and for patents completely fucks us. His implication is that our doing it enables those prices. I do not believe that's the case. And I need a lot more to show that that's the case. A lot more.
I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me.
You know, Steve, that whoever that is, absolutely watched this and went, 100%. Manufacturing isn't the cost, though. It's R&D. Pharma, I believe, is the only industry that is a majority of R&D fucking. R&D funding is itself a problematic category for the pharmaceutical industry. What they spend their money on and how they do R&D is its own problematic category. Because again, what are they spending it on? Where is the research? Is it to things or is it to ways to have it's more complicated. What I'm saying is it's more complicated than just saying, oh, if we just cut our prices, everyone else.
But they pay $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? We're subsidizing the rest of the world.
Like, can you imagine your Trump's fat friend right now being called out in front of the world? I mean, I think this is all the same person. I think this is actually somebody. Like his Mar-a-Lago friends.
There's a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how...
I mean...
The world stupidly, because there are a lot of stupid people in this country running things.
I mean...
And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that.
Really? Ozempic is nothing compared to autism. You know what? Bold stance. I will agree with you. Look, I'm sorry, everyone. I believe autism is a thing that is more important to care about than the cost of Ozempic. Sorry.
Gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You know, you bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful.
It's a good thing it was a little boy. Otherwise, this would be one of the best clips that we could have had of Trump.
Yes. So, that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant. And don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it.
He's staring at the camera too, by the way. If you haven't noticed, we're going to zoom in. I love this. He's actually like eyeballing us right now, like mean mugging the camera hard during this. Boop, boop, boop.
Tylenol if you're pregnant. And don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up. Just break it up. Break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate, separate, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things. I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe no.
I mean, by eliminating reporting structures, which the CDC did, by the way. They did that today. We will be able to get to those numbers, luckily.
None in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong.
California's #1, bitch.
And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have
Someday the history books might remember me as history's greatest monster. I don't think they will, but who knows?
Tremendous. This is the most important thing. There's nothing more important than me.
Oh, the Associated Press ended it there. Really?
This is the most important thing. There's nothing.
He did leave right after that, to be fair. Oh, wait, no. Why did it skip to the end? Fuck you.
More important than me. Ever in history, we got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts. All that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what
The nightmare's not over. We got the best parts coming.
we're doing today. This means everything. So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, some nonsense on the economy. And I will say this, the economy is unbelievable. The stock...
Yeah. Every time, you fucking old doddering retard, you moron. Every fucking time, man. It's like, yeah, just don't ask about the economy. I don't want to be talking about that. It's ridiculous. I care more about autism. The economy, by the way, it's doing great. I'm going to prove immediately that I don't actually care about autism at all. It's fucking amazing. Slur alert. God damn it. I'm sorry. This has been a lot for me today. This one's a lot for me. Okay, Mr. Fluffy Woof. It is, I shouldn't say it. Just, he is that. He is absolutely, he is the thing to call that. Like, that's the thing. He is a useless, doddering pile of shit. I got to work on it. I know, I am. It's, honestly, that I haven't said it 1,000 times today.
As a subject that I'd rather not talk about, some nonsense on the economy. And I will say this, the economy is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. This means more to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines that's also related.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to autism and acetaminophen?
Nobody knows. I don't know.
I have other words. See, here's the thing. The R word's okay because it's not Fed posting. That's the reason my brain ends up going there. I know the Rolodex of what's running through my brain. It ends up there because I don't want to be Fed posting.
Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying...
Why are we zoomed in on his face? Because it's awesome.
It with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about? I had no idea. You get attacked. I don't know. The medical community, the drug companies, doctors. I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I wanted to...
They're not going to be, by the way, at all.
To go up, just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together.
I want to understand how that works for his brain. I get what that could mean. So Heather and I were watching this, and every time I'd be like, what the fuck? She'd sit and she'd be like, he's trying to talk about this. I'm like, I know, but like, that's because we're aware of things. I want to be in his brain. I want to know like where the synapses aren't connecting or what he's actually thinks he's saying at any point. because he's just nonsense, and it's magic. If girls count, that's good. I mean, look, we know 12-year-old girls count.
It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000?
Back when they didn't diagnose and we didn't actually have it as a serious diagnosis, and most people didn't go to doctors for mental health diagnoses. Correct, Trump. Stupid.
It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the
It is.
truth. And there are other places that don't have it. And they have
There's nowhere that doesn't have it.
things in common.
I know, serious. See, again, you're doing the thing Heather was doing. I know. Boys are more likely to have autism, especially more severe. I know this. However, do you think he's aware of that? Do you think he's doing that math? Do you think he's like, well, actually, look, I was looking at the numbers earlier, and, the boys, it's quite bad. If you do add the girls in, it's quite less than that. Or do you think he went, if you add the girls in, 1 in 31, that means there's more autism, because 31's a bigger number than 10. I mean this. 31's a bigger number. Look, it's 1 in 12 if it's boys, but if you add the girls in, it's 1 in 32. That's so much more autism. You tell me that's not possible. You tell me that's not possible.
And that's called medical research. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm curious, as you look at the trend lines,
yeah,
how much of this is the causation of acetaminophen and how much is sort of better?
Yes, I see you heard the numbers. He doesn't connect logic. Correct. I don't believe he has logic working in there. Correct. I fundamentally don't think he thinks. I think he's talking. I don't have an inner monologue. So if you ever see me, and in AO readings, you'll see this. In readings, you'll see this. Heather has to sadly deal with this all the time. I talk out loud to work through things, because to do that, to make the logical steps, I have to work it out. Speaking, I have to type it out. I have to draw it out. I can't do that same thing. I'm not alone in this. But I don't think he even has that.
Better diagnosis, doctors, researchers having a better understanding of what.
And that's called medical research.
This is amazing, by the way, that this guy asked him this.
Research. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm curious, as you look at the trend lines,
yeah,
how much of this is the causation of acetaminophen and how much is sort of better diagnosis, doctors, researchers having a better understanding of what is on the autism spectrum?
Do you want to do that? Sure, go ahead, Ron.
Oh, I'm not going to answer it. Let me get the guy who clearly did too many sword swallowing episodes badly.
Yeah, that's one of the canards that has been.
Fuck. He just looks like a walking stroke. Like, just pop. Like, he just looks like it. It's so awful. Can I picture an apple in my mind? Images work differently for me. I don't have aphasia, but images don't work like picturing an apple. I can do a lot of things in my brain.
Promoted by the industry for many years that it's changed diagnostic criteria, better recognition, but there's been study after study done of that completely debunks that. One of them by the Mind Institute at UC Davis, University of California, but also it's just
It didn't do that, by the way. He is lying.
common sense, because you're only seeing this in people who are under 50 years of age. If it were better recognition or diagnosis, you'd see it in 70-year-old men.
I will give credit to Heather for this one, because she laughed and she went, yes, because 60 and 70-year-old men famously go to the doctor for diagnoses of mental conditions all the time. And we don't do that with children. This is how fucking stupid he is. He doesn't understand that the reason these things come about are because Hey, children go in all the time for developmental check-ins, well, child visits, seeing if they're on the right track. Even families who don't have money do it yearly. And many states actually make sure that they do, because developing minds is incredibly important. Knowing that they're on the path, is there other help we need to do other things? A diagnostic change is a big deal. 70-year-olds, and this is the other half of what he's about to say that just makes me fucking lose my mind. 60 and 70-year-old people have mental conditions. They don't need to be diagnosed very often because they're serious and detrimental and their life ends because of it. Like, I worked in a nursing home. Fuck this, by the way. This shit he's about to say is insane.
I've never seen this happening in people my age.
If you haven't, you have been very fortunate not to experience that.
Never seen a case of full-blown autism, and that means profound autism. I want to be very careful. Head-banging, stimming, toe walking, nonverbal, non-toilet trained. I've never in my life seen a 70-year-old man who looks like that.
I have. Not from autism, but... And he didn't need to go to a doctor. He was in a nursing home.
You're only seeing it in the kids.
Also, yes, he uses toe walking and stimming as a thing.
It's an epidemic.
Just the worst. He's just the worst.
President, I was hoping that you could clear up confusion for moms and dads across America, many of whom voted for you. There's a statement that was put out by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and in their statement, they write, acetaminophen remains a safe, trusted option for pain relief during pregnancy, and that's at odds with what you said and with what many of the experts say. How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups.
That's the doctors. They're funded by lots of different groups, but also by WorldCoin Crypto, which my son started and I've been pushing and I've been doing stuff with. Yay. They're funded by groups. Buy my coin. It's the most corrupt outwardly thing.
And you know what? Maybe they're...
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. When he's off book and he's fully just him, it's been really great sometimes. And this is...
How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all.
Literally all the facts bear it out, by the way.
They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for.
You just spent the entire time rambling. This is why it's great. Don't take Tylenol unless you need it. Their statement. Hey, Tylenol is useful and absolutely useful to be done during pregnancy. People shouldn't be scared of it. If the doctor says you need to take it, you should take it. If the doctor says you need it, you should take it. They're bought off. What a fucking jackass.
But here's the thing. There's no downside.
My brother is a nonverbal autistic person who needs full-time round-the-clock care. He's in his 30s. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and I'm going to say some things that are going to be upsetting, because how we used to handle mental health in this country is horrifying. One of the big reasons you don't see 70-year-olds with autism is because they used to kill them. That's it. Infanticide, killing, they did this. They did this a lot. It's a thing that there's actually a really, really terrifying set of information on this and how children would just die. Oh, sad. It's people who are 70 right now, who were born in the end of the 1940s to the 1950s, children who were autistic, they would be, didn't we used to just put them in psych homes? Oh, if you had the money, yes. The Kennedys did that. The fucking They paid for lobotomy for the sister. But yeah, no, they put them in psych homes when they could, state sponsored when it was possible, but they'd also die there. And then when the psych homes went away, they walked the streets and died because we don't take care of them because they die. But if Donald Trump 20 years ago was forced to live outdoors for 2 weeks, he'd be dead. This is not a man who can survive very much. So yes, it's a horrifying thing. The ones who didn't die were put into conversion therapy. Oh, we used to be barbarians. And underneath it, they used to flatly kill. They used to keep them in basements, chained up in cages. Severe autism, like that. On the, I don't want to say the super severe side for sure. But even the, like, that mother earlier we saw where it's like, no, and I can't discipline my child. That basement. They'd have that with basements. Go to an old house, find a basement door that has a lock on the inside. It's gross.
To doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no.
It's, you just got to tough it out. Come on. Hey, bitch. Look, bitch. It's fucking having a baby. Why don't you, tough it out there? Come on. Tough it out. Tough it out, bitch. You know, I'm a big tough guy. I'm Donald Trump. Big tough guy. I wear a diaper.
No downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going to die. There's no downside.
Except there is. Having a 104, 105 degree fever is actually has a severe downside, and having Tylenol is very, very good.
There's no downside to going over a 4-year or a 5-year period or a 3-year period, or even if you space them out for 6 months.
There's a downside if you're at risk for catching any of those diseases because you travel or for other reasons. Maybe you're aware as a mother that you have Hep B. Maybe you're aware that you have Hep B, and in your neighborhood, there is a whole bunch of unvaxxed psychotics who are mega maha people, and there's measles, mumps, and rubella, and chickenpox, and smallpox. If I lived in that neighborhood, my kid would be getting all the vaccinations in one fucking day. Everything's contingent. Jesus Christ.
You space it out. There's no downside. And that's why I will
There's
say
no
the gentleman
downside.
behind me.
Come on, there's no downside.
They
guys.
have very
What are you
strong
doing?
views, and they feel that we're right, but they'll have more research done over the
no
next
downside.
2 months. I said, well, 2 months is a long time. A lot of people could be saved, and there's no downside to doing it.
I mean, there may not be. Just keep saying it, buddy.
Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results.
That's right, Heather. We are going to see diphtheria and rubella. Smallpox has made a return. Polio's coming back. Polio. Yeah, like, we eradicated polio. That was a celebration. Humanity eradicated polio. And it's back thanks to this fucking moron.
That's establishment stuff. And we've been reading that about a lot of things for years.
For years.
And you know what's happened?
Years,
We've
guys.
gone
Come
from
on. It's a lot
1
of
in
stuff.
20,000
It's a lot of
to
things,
1 in
man.
10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism? What is it, Jeff?
Yep, that's baby squid. Welcome to the collective. And deal with it. Come on. Grow some character.
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to increase production about that? And just, I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill.
We're going to go more full screen for this guy because first off, I don't like this guy. I think he sucks. But I also think he's deeply uncharismatic and fairly annoying to have around, but not as annoying as all the rest of these morons. So what can you say? You know, He's like the least damaging, but also least charismatic. Sad for him. Because, like, that sucks. Imagine being the one who does the least damage, but no one wants to listen to you because you have the least charisma. It's just depressing.
Reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug out?
I'll explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not.
So, 2 questions were asked. Leucovorin is absolutely a drug that is given alongside cancer treatment. And he's like, just curious, have you talked to this is off-brand for this. Like, have you talked to the drug manufacturers? First question. Okay. Right. His response there is actually confirmation thesis. He said 1 in 31 made it clear. I know. I think so too. It's not confirmation, but it's like, Jesus. The second thing is he asked, hey, also, since this is something that could be paid for by CHIP, and as part of that, since you've cut $1 trillion from CHIP, doesn't that mean fewer families will have this? Watch Dr. Oz not only lie, but lie without answering. Who's this little guy? One of the other fucking morons that RFK Jr. put in charge. Who's a doctor. What's the Mad TV joke? What's the woman says? It's on the Dr. Phil sketch. Oh, Mr. Phil, I'm sorry, Dr. Phil. No, that's okay. That's okay. We got a saying where I come from. I'm not really a doctor.
A chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
So are you going to increase production?
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. And we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question,
nasty question. Like, this is what a useless bag of shit this huge pussy is. Like, just imagine how big of a fucking pussy you have to be. Like, just what a coward.
The number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history with the tax.
If you believe this, you have no understanding of how any law works and you didn't read it.
Tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security,
no tax on tips. You get to keep that extra $45. Good for you. Fucking pathetic.
Tax on overtime. All of it does.
By the way, on all of that, you're still paying taxes on it. You get to claim it back at the end of the year, but also doesn't apply in the same way. So.
It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz. And I'd like you to explain that, Dr.
Remember, the question was about the $1 trillion cut from CHIP because they're destroying CHIP, which is food stamps. They're destroying it in that bill.
To exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years.
It's not even the fucking thing he's talking about. That's how big. Also, it doesn't increase Medicaid spending. No one has said this. It's not in the bill. It's not a setup. This has to do with the way that they changed how funding is fucking controlled and handled and counted. It's a tax loophole. And it's also the reason that Medicare is getting a 10% haircut in January. Read your fucking CBO thing that he references here. It's insane. He's lying and not answering it. Well, I thought you were cutting $1 trillion from CHIP. No, we're adding $200 billion to Medicaid. It's not even fucking the thing. CHIP is child health insurance. Oh, $1 trillion from that. But it doesn't matter. This is not even the same thing.
By $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion rural health transformation fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated.
If you think $50 billion is going to make a fucking dent in the rural areas of America, you don't understand how much money there is in each of these. It's insane.
By the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that
so $200 billion in Medicaid, he says, but the $1 trillion cut from CHIP, which is not even it.
Of NIH,
Yeah, I was thinking
research
SNAP.
that feeds
Sorry.
and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that.
This is why I was confused. Because it's right now, the only way to buy these things is in basically health food stores, weirdo Maha Huts, and you have to use chip for it. I was reading an article on it earlier. The goal is to switch it so it's medication, because this is off-label usage. No insurance will cover it, even Medicare and Medicaid. This is all fucked,
President
basically.
Trump, Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America.
They're not.
That's why I asked that question. You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP. And all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs
didn't
themselves
do
should
that.
stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, and in this case, for children.
The largest abusers of Medicare and Medicaid, convicted, are all Republicans and actually elected Republicans in Florida and other states, and are significantly close to Trump. It's actually really funny to sort of talk about. If you don't know about Rick Scott, like all these other fucks in Florida, they're all scammers. It's an amazing story.
And the only thing we cut, so that's 200 billion positive. The only thing we
It's not
cut
true.
was for fraud, waste, and abuse.
That's
of
not
which
true.
There was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
A lot of people mind it, and actually most Republicans are against the big, beautiful bill because they also see what it's doing and what it will be doing. And I can't wait. It's going to be really interesting.
Mr. President, you said that there is no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, it can come from needles to open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think
the
it's
public?
absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
She literally just said, hey, by the way, they can still get it. Nah, don't care. Doesn't care.
Mr. President, thank you all for being here. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out, like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been talking.
Speak up, please.
Sir. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out, like MMRV?
I would say yes, but
MMRV is already spaced out and historically has been spaced out. And you can go there and look. The recommendation's that, and 85% of people who've ever gotten it have gotten it spaced out. Like, it's fucking nuts that these people are saying this shit.
that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and give it, I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular.
Give him in small doses. He doesn't understand how any of these things work. The MMR vaccine, if you were to do 3, it isn't, we have one 3 size vaccine now. No. The ingredients that are the carrier for everything that's in them actually isn't significantly more. That's the fun part. So the 3 would actually be injecting more than the 1. But again, they don't understand this stuff because I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
Particular case, the MMR would.
Sirius is losing it. Dude, Sirius, honest to God, I'm surprised you stuck with it for that long because knowing you, like this might kill you. The rest of this might actually kill you. This gets really stupid, but
Work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So
how dangerous is that statement? Like, I'm not a doctor. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm the president.
Come up, but MMR by itself, I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
We should start boofing MMR. I like that. Oh, Jesus. This is so fucked.
Is the spectrum too broad, in your opinion? For research purposes, you are dealing with a population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults with diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know.
If Sirius heard that, he may have left this world. It is actually one of the dumbest things, I think, that you can say. Because okay. Autism spectrum is not, it's so fucking stupid it's hard to break down. Autism is a diagnosis that humans created. And there is a diagnostic manual that literally lists out the various levels of autism on the spectrum. There you go. That's it. We know exactly how large the spectrum is. We invented it, and it's written down in a book.
Know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way
he's so fucking dumb.
It's come down, the way, because the spectrums remain the same. The number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning
the spectrums remain the same. Literally hasn't. Like, literally hasn't, even since he was president the first time. Like,
come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31.
Oh, fuck, he does think that 1 in 31 is less. More. Whatever. I can't anymore.
Go ahead in the back.
President, this question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched seeing any more
Well, I think
information?
information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements. And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again,
there's a lot of cases where it's the case. A lot of times, actually, 103, 104 degree fever, it's necessary. Anything to bring down a fever, because don't be stupid. Talk to your doctor.
What's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen.
Well, the worst is getting 106 degree fever and dying, melting your brain, going blind, deaf, severely deformed. Lots of things happen with high temperatures. There's crazy stories of what happens inside of your brain and how it deforms and gets all fucked up once it bakes. It's no good.
It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things. This will be as important as any single thing I've done, because I know ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing. And it's not easy, and I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him, too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If I looked like him, I would have been president a long time ago.
Tylenol is widely used in other countries, too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect
I
other
hope they
countries?
follow it, yeah. I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba. Now, again, you'll have to check this out. But
I'm only the president. I'm only the president. What do I know? I'm only the president. I don't have access to a lot of information. Can you look things up for me?
I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive. And they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol. And I hear they have essentially no autism.
It's not true at all. It's just not true.
So you'll have to check.
Just so you know, acetaminophen, absolutely in Cuba. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's like one of the essential fucking medicines that is global. So he's just is bullshit.
Check it out. Yeah, right.
Medical professionals have warned for decades.
I said, no, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead.
That's how fucking useless he is as a person. I love it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast.
Okay. This is, I posted this earlier. This is actually my favorite moment of the entire thing. This is the reason we're watching this. And I know it was all really fun. Have you ever seen people be wrong, yet be right? I posted this next clip right from here on. 100%. This could be me and Roger in the QC, who's like a postdoc professor, disability studies, very learned, very interesting to talk to. We could be saying almost exactly the same thing, mean the opposite. This is magical right here. This is magic.
And the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD, didn't know that existed, and certainly didn't know of any cases. What are they doing?
It doesn't exist with the Amish community, and they don't.
Think about this moment. If you want to understand how language functions, this moment we just watched. That's the moment. Isn't it? The Amish, he'd never even heard of ADHD, certainly knew of no cases. That's right. It doesn't exist with the Amish. 100%, I would say the same thing. It doesn't exist with the Amish. They don't believe in it. They believe God makes demons. They're fucking touched. They're really stupid. That's why they're Amish. If they could put it together, they wouldn't be fucking doing their dumb shit. They'd be out, not making sure that their kids are fucked up and raping young girls. Forced child marriage is not a thing I'm a fan of. Sorry. But again, I know Trump fetishizes that, so it's a big deal. So he says it doesn't exist. He's right, but he doesn't understand it. Do you know magic? This is magic for me. You don't see stuff like this often.
Podcast, and the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD, didn't know that existed, and certainly didn't know of any cases. What are they doing?
It doesn't exist with the Amish community, and they don't take all of this junk. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't. They don't have diagnoses for this. Mental health care is hyper stigmatized there. They not only don't have that, they don't have depression. Right? They don't have depression.
Tells you, doesn't that tell you? That's like certain countries where it doesn't exist and they don't take it. Would you like to make a comment about that?
I mean, it's amazing. Depression is a thing that the Amish don't believe in either. Just so you know, they don't have it. They will say they do not have depression. Pretty sure they do. They don't have anything, actually, because they don't believe in any of these conditions at a base level. They're religious lunatics.
The Amish population, a very mixed group. So there's a subset that take vaccines, a subset that does not. And we know they have very low rates of chronic disease all across the board.
We know that they have exactly the same amount of autism. Period. Studies have shown it. It's a myth. He is aware. Now, here's how you know. When people don't say things that they could be saying or that would be a slam dunk, and they would have access to it. This guy, he's the doctor. Remember they brought him on to say the doctor stuff because he's actually a doctor? And he's like, no, they have very low rates of chronic disease, which is true. That's true. It didn't say autism. They're talking about autism. And he said chronic disease. That's the thing to remember. Why is he so short? He's actually not. I mean, look, Trump and RFK are tall guys. If I was standing there, you'd be wondering why all of them are short. It's a relative thing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Should the establishment media show at least some openness to, trying to figure out what the causes of autism are?
I wish they would, yeah.
And why are they
Wish
so
they would.
close-minded?
Why are they so close-minded? To not taking Tylenol unless your doctor says you should? I think they're fine with this. Like, literally no one, I guarantee you, no one in the mainstream, everyone's gonna be like, what are we doing here? Don't the Amish live 10 years less than the average American? Yes. This is the joke I made at the beginning, and it's the one to always remember. Cancer rates in America are higher than they've ever been. And in America, they're higher than most of the world, right? There's a handful of countries in Europe, Denmark and others, that have slightly higher cancer rates. Why? Because people live longer. That's it. Once you control for that, cancer rates are actually fairly normalized. But if your heart doesn't explode, if you don't have an aneurysm, if you don't get hit by a car, your body slowly shuts down and stops doing things well, and cancer takes you. That's how it works. That's life. That's all of us. Time comes for all of us. It's the one saving grace of it, to be perfectly frank. Time comes for all of us.
Well, look, it's not only the media, in all fairness, it's some people. When you talk about vaccines, they go crazy. And, I'm a big supporter of vaccines. I got a certain vaccine approved in 9 months that would have taken from 5 to 12 years. I'm very proud of it. A lot of people.
The one that you have recently said killed a lot of people, and that your guy right here that you're smiling to back your left hates, and that his people hate. You're proud of this one? The mental gymnastics are wonderful.
People think it was one of the greatest things I've done, and some people think, mostly Republicans actually, I'll tell you, the Democrats think they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done, any president.
That's not true.
We're very proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. The polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby.
I love it. All of these fucking mega people are just like, polio? Trump's a believer in it because he actually saw it. He has stories. Again, anything that impacts him directly, he probably believes.
You guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be, how incredible they can be. So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Your comments made about MMR and hepatitis B, and you
Right.
said those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have, yeah, I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors.
All the
that,
doctors
are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about, and the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they're speaking about comes from right here.
He's just fucking terrible. We got through the best line. It's my favorite line, which is where he says the Amish, it doesn't exist for them, which I think is beautiful. My grandfather's sister died in an iron lung. Lots of people knew people who died in iron lungs, died from polio, people who had ricket, people who fucked their body up. A lot of people knew that from that generation. Just wild. But that is going to be it for our friend Trump today. Sadly, that is going to be it for our friend Trump. I know most of you were really jazzed and you really wanted to spend a lot more time on it. I understand, but I'm sorry today. Today it's just going to be that. Because we have other videos to go over that might be more or less entertaining, and I'm not sure which. We're going to find out. But that would be Trump Goes. Now, Yog, I think you're still here. I thought I saw you type something. You get to pick the next one of these. We're going to burn through the titles real quick. But first,
it's time to get vaccinated! Those are G babies.
Wet.
All right. You ready for some autism?
Oh.
All right. So, this is a thing. There's a lot of these are going to be that look. You're going to get that look from me from more than a few of these. This is fucking people. This is Alexandra Vila's video. Right-wing wellness influencers want you to die. And since we really just find Alex to be just one of the more awful people who does these videos, who just doesn't care about accuracy and just enjoys being sensationalized, and it might be fun to go through because we just did a bunch of health stuff. I'm not sure if I'm in the mood for Maha shit after all that, because I don't really need someone like Alex who exists purely to encourage my resentment and make me really happy I have the social and political positions I do so I can pretend that I have friends. I don't care. But that's on the list. Someone wanted me to watch maybe part of it. So that's... Nope. Yog.
Yog Sothoth super chatted $50. Watch what you want, weirdo.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go through. I'll show you the options. We're going to burn through them quick. This one is called Leftists Hate Autistic People and Society is the Problem. I watched a few seconds of this and I read the comments and went, okay, I don't know what this is. And I am intrigued whenever I run into something that I cannot ascertain what the actual thrust is from comments or a few moments. So, that's one. Programmable 2025, Chris Simon's talk. AI is a hype-fueled dumpster fire. It's 34 minutes, but I'm excited because I think it'd be fucking hilarious. If I skip to the second half, he talks about Foucault and Deleuze. That's the part people want me to talk about for the Avila. Apparently, at some point, he does the spiritual crisis. It's here. There's Foucault.
Health. But the problem isn't that we've politicized healthcare. The problem is that we were naive enough to think that it could ever be apolitical.
I hate him so much. It's just the worst analysis every time. How the U.S. gave up on growing food. It's actually, someone posted this, and I looked at it for a few moments, and it's an interesting thing to go through because we used to be called the breadbasket of the world. We actually produced an exceptionally large amount of food, began exporting it, and over time, export became the thrust, and most of our farms got bought out by larger things. That process where we end up now, where we actually don't produce a lot of our own food now, and it's fucked up. Interesting. Epoch philosophy is generally not my bag, but fine. There's a video called Technofeudalism, the Death of Capitalism and the Destruction of Ownership. I already kind of know that my take is going to be that this is not the death of capitalism, and that if that's not like a snarky, fun, catchy grab thing, and if he actually claims we're seeing the end of capitalism, it means that they don't know what capitalism is, and that becomes a fun, teachable moment for everybody. And I kind of like having those conversations so people can understand what capitalism actually is, because it's not just business money number go up. That's not actually what capitalism is. So, I thought this would be really fun. This is actually from DEF CON 33 last month. And this guy goes through the Signalgate saga. If you don't remember, Pete Hegseth added a reporter to Signalgate, to Signal Chat, where they went over a bomb that was heading to Yemen. This is a breach of national security at an extraordinary level. But DEF CON is like one of my favorite things to just watch shit from. Just because I find it fascinating. I used to fuck around with a dolphin and Flipper Zero. I had one. I gave it to a friend of mine because he couldn't get one. He's in Egypt. And and it was like $200 or $300, and then he couldn't get it imported, so he smuggled mine back into the country with him. So that's good. He's got it on a shelf behind him when we talk. It makes me smile. I like doing little stupid fun things and seeing stupid little fun things done. Apparently, this is quite an interesting talk that goes into how we didn't even understand how insecure that conversation was. Oh, Fluffy, you went? I did the Dozier lockpicking challenge on stage. One against a child, and you lost your second round. Hey, did that kid have a vaccination? Because you should just tell a kid to tough it out. That could be fun. This is, I don't know. Someone posted this, and the conversation that they added to us is that there's kind of a weird Nietzschean take that basically pulls him through Ayn Rand. And I find that fascinating. So this is very much probably going to be bad philosophy, bad theory, but it's entertaining. But this is what we're going to be doing. Because Yog said I get to pick, so I'm picking. This is Theory Underground, who I do not have a lot of respect for generally. And I don't think they really care about theory. I think they read it and talk about it, and it's fun for them. But it's more of a cipher, where like they use words because they know other people understand the words. But that's not what these things are. You'll notice I've fast forwarded a little bit here to about 4 hours and 3 minutes in. Specifically, the thumbnail for this and the top comment are the same. I'll read it real quick. Where was that? Oh, it got moved. God damn it. It's from the channel itself. Oh, here it is. Like and share around if you think Mikey did a good job explaining the body without organs. At 4 minutes, after 4 hours, he apparently describes the body without organs and teaches people what it is. I have no doubt he does not do that. I have no doubt. I've heard them talk. These are not people who seriously take these books as theory, and he certainly isn't able to just do this. So this is going to be bad theory that I am going to be fairly cruel about, probably, because I'm not sure. I don't feel like I have to be nice here. This is, if you're going to be saying this and you're teaching people these things, I have a feeling it's going to immediately go down the road. So this is going to be a lot of pausing and a lot of stopping. I need to refill my water, get a snack. This is what we're going to be watching and what we're going to be doing. So that'll be fun. But until then, let's see. Let's see. Suresh sent me these. We'll do this for a moment while I wander away. Back in a moment. If you don't know the Prize Master, this is wonderful. I think it's fantastic. I get a kick out of this shit. I love it. I love it. This is like people who didn't know they could do Tim and Eric. What the fuck you came back to, Pasha? You came back to brilliance is what you returned to. Sorry I went away for a moment. I got to use the restroom, get my dry salame. So it's a Tim and Eric reference. It's an old David Liebhart reference, I guess. It's acid without the acid? Maybe. All right. So here's the deal with Theory Underground and all this shit. This is ultimately about Nick Land's lecture and trying to explain it. Nick Land is incoherent, philosophically. It's nonsense, and it's a lot of stuff where it's like, if you go back, I did a stream where I watched these guys talking to Nick and going through like his absolutely absurd theory about like he drew the shit he drew. It's on the cover of C, like this awful numerology and how this number leads into that and this leads into that. And it's all like that weird shit where, if you'll notice 9 + 1 + 7 and your birthday's this, it's dumb shit like that. And the comments are filled with people like, you didn't give him a second to explain. You didn't see that this is how the numbers work. It's just awful. Nick Land fried his brain long ago with meth and racism and right-wing bullshit and doesn't understand basically a lot of stuff. Maybe at one point he could have been a philosopher. No, he is not one. He is really not one. Useless. Useless garbage man. But people tend to give him a lot of credence. If you see someone explaining Nick Land anything but ironically at this point, you know that they aren't actually taking these ideas seriously, and they're working backwards from what Nick Land writes to justify and define things before that. And you're free to send me a video that that's not the case. That's all of them that I've ever seen. There's no break of this. Ever. But this is definition of body without organs, apparently.
The question is...
That is very quiet.
We got desiring machines. It's parts of bodies connecting to other parts of bodies.
No. Like that's... Jesus Christ. No. Parts of bodies, connecting to other parts of bodies, is not what desiring machines are. So that's the first sentence. The answer is no. Partial objects, but not parts of bodies. Parts of bodies are things that are already determined to be parts of bodies. Definitionally, they are not desiring machines. And parts of bodies also. How do you fuck up that quickly? Just wait. Because the last time we dealt with this, it did not go well. The BWO is one of the more complicated fucking things too. If you want, you can go find a stream I did where I went through and I spent time with Dan Smith's paper, masterpiece of a paper, explaining what the body without organs is and how it operates. It's a very complicated paper on a single subject, and it doesn't even exist comprehensively, and he even says so in it, because the BWO is intended to be this complicated, large thing that they're creating. It's a new concept that exists across multiple verticals. It's not really philosophical. It's philosophical, biological, physics-based, scientific, textual, name it. Incredibly complicated.
Here's the big, what the fuck is the body without organs, right? Okay. Here's like, spoiler alert, this isn't nearly as complicated as every Deleuze Guattarian makes it. The body without
No comment.
organs is, it works like this. Look, when it's body without organs, what they're really getting at is bodies without organization. So if you get in,
Abso-fucking-lutely not. No. Full stop. No. No. Not in any way, shape, or form is that the case. The day I pass them in subs, I will genuinely be happy. Until then, they have more subs and it depresses the shit out of me. This has 37,000 views. Like fucking what the fuck?
certain patterned, habitual habits with your design.
No, it's just not. Like, this is just the opposite of anything that they say or talk about. This is not a thing. This is not how it works at all. That's just not it. Explicitly, the BWO is the limit of the organized body, not the opposite of it. That would be really fucking stupid.
Desiring machines. You eat the same type of foods, you go to the same type of places, you experience the same type of shit. There's a certain sedimentation.
This is fucking insane. Let's watch the worst explanation of the body without organs mankind knows. That is the new title of the stream.
In how you connect to the world, right? You repeat there's certain flows that you always tap into.
Siri. What's up, Heather? You can say hi. Heather says hello to everyone. I'm still streaming. I'm off the Trump stuff, and I'm watching someone who should not be allowed to talk about Deleuze and Guattari trying to define a thing. No, and I know it's the stuff you don't care about. Well, this is. I accidentally, like, someone sent me the time code. I'm watching and I stop and I start explaining that this is the most complicated concept, blah, blah, blah. I hit play. The first thing the fucking guy says is it's not nearly as complex as all these It's like fucking people. Unreal.
You know, whatever, certain types of movies, your eyes connect to them, right? Point is, you're territorialized with your desiring machines.
That's a nonsense sentence. That's a nonsense sentence. Has nothing to do with anything in these books at all. Nothing that these guys have ever written or anything. This is nonsense. This is not like I'm going to debunk it. This is nonsense. Imagine suing, like, this would be like me going, so quasars. Let me explain what a quasar is. When the quantum neutrino begins to spin on side axis and it's locked into a quantum keylocation with another keylocated quanta, same thing. It's the same thing. Just nonsense shit. This is nonsense. This is fucking crazy.
There's a certain, now in Lacanians, we call this the circuit of the drives, right?
What? What? What the shit? What the shit are you doing, man? No. No, the BWO is not related to the circuit of the drives. This is just someone who just like reads books and like puts it in his brain like facts, doesn't understand how they're connected. This is fucking wild.
Which is to say, there's just a habitual patterned circuit or territory that your body exists within.
Pattern, circuit, or territory. Those are the same fucking things, you fucking moron.
And various parts.
The people that, this is the thing. This is the thing. That when you deal with, and I'm not going to say these are easy books. They're complicated. My understanding of them is growing every day as I read more and more and more. My recent video I put out this morning involves Yelmslev, for fuck's sake. That has taken me years. That has taken me years to spend time to the point where I'm comfortable talking about it. The non-transitive property of identity that Yelmslev understands through expression and content, and how within content there's also sub-expression and content, is so fucking broken for me that it took forever for my brain to rearrange around it. These are difficult. If you are going to be someone giving an explanation like this, and this is what you say, and you don't caveat it by saying, hey, this is a tough one, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but I'm going to try to speak towards it, then I give you all the word. You did nothing like that. In fact, you act like I'm an asshole for saying it's complicated because you're too stupid to understand that it is. You fucking jackass. I hate these fucking people.
Parts of your body get hooked on certain things and you stay within that basic arrangement, right?
No. Again, so here's the problem with his entire conception of this. If he is Lacanian, which again, I'm not sure, I would not trust what this guy says about Lacan, given that he equates the BWO with the no. I would not trust his reads on Lacan at this point. Certainly. He's pretending and talking as if this centers the subject. You. Everything he's saying is how the BWO relates around you because of what you do. You don't exist to the BWO. You are anathema. You walk around on it, but not just you, multiple subjectivities. subjects walk around on the BWO and are consumed through these intensities within it. Klosowski speaks of it beautifully when he talks of the multitude of yous born every moment. One selected, the rest die as another is born the next. That is you. Talking about a steady, consistent subject. Your desiring machines. Eat shit, dude. Fuck, man, I hate this.
But something in you is always pulling you away from your territorialization, from your...
No. Like, this is... The language is wrong. It's fucking crazy. This is so fucking nuts. Oh my God, I'm a minute in. I'm a fucking minute in. I'm gonna have a goddamn aneurysm. This is so fucking wild, man. The BWO, generally, as they talk about it, is repellent. Okay? When we have desiring machines in the process, the BWO repels them initially. Body without an image, the body without this resistance of connections of desiring production. And what he's mistaking is it's not that it resists habit. It actually is exceptionally important in creating habits, which is embarrassing for him. It's instinct, the instinctual drive that carries us forward as animals, that carries other animals forward. The BWO does that. It's a slippery surface that breaks in between that because it creates a type of limited experience, a self-awareness that slides in where, and again, I read this a lot through Klosowski these days, but when an infant is feeding, it would feed itself like a dog. I used to have a dog that couldn't stop eating. If you put too much food in front of it, it would eat itself literally till it was vomiting and maybe to death. That is instinctual overindulgence and fixation. The BWO frees us from this because it adds that oscillation and vibration back and forth between the experiential now and the meta awareness or separation or break, the distraction. As an infant feeds and it looks and other things happen. This is the beginning. This merges and becomes additive and then becomes a positivist force, a growth force, an emergent force that builds and builds and builds and ultimately produces subjectivity. You don't exist. You as a subject, you don't even really exist. Fucking, this is awful. God damn it. Yeah, my territorialization, your territorialization is a nonsense fucking sentence. Flatly, it's a nonsense fucking sentence. It's insane. I'd like to even say that thing is just broken and like conceptually. It's
or specific arrangement or situatedness, right? Materially speaking. The thing that
materially speaking. As if there's another way to be speaking about this shit in a materialist psychoanalytic thought, you fucking Jesus.
Pulling you away to the new, to deterritorialize, to make new connections is the body without organs, which is to say it's this part of you that is this impulse, this.
No.
This push, right?
It is not the push. It is not a force. It produces nothing. The BWO produces nothing. It does not push you. That would be it producing something. The language you're using is literally the opposite of all the language they've ever used for it in any book or anything or any interview or any talk they've ever given. Fuck.
To become new, to try new things, to break off from old codes and old territories and experience.
No, that's capital. That's capital. Capital does that to the subject. BWO does that with desiring machines. It's not the same thing. Fuck.
It's something new. And so because of this, because it's trying to basically destroy your identity, you can see how this is kind of linked death drive, right? It's undermining your stable sense of self right here for something else. And so
The body without organs is not trying to destroy identity. Body without organs doesn't care about identity. It doesn't give a fuck about identity. It's not trying to destroy identity. Okay? Body without organs is the model of death, heat death specifically, particular type of it. It is not that it is destructive. It does not destroy. It is the model of death. The model of entropy, of zero intensity, from which intensities emerge. It is not the death drive. They really are clear about this, by the way. The death drive is Freudian, plays a little bit in Lacan, sure, not for D&G. The death drive they see as a mistake. For Freud, there's basically two drives. I'm oversimplifying here. Please go read Freud if you want. It's a lot of cocaine and penises. And self-hatred. What do you expect from a bougie fucking dude in the middle of Europe? The life drive is fuck drive. I want to procreate. I want more. I want to create more. Got to do more. Got to do more. Life drive, libido, life drive, voluptus, whatever. Death drive is not a drive to death. It's a misunderstanding to sort of call it that way. It's a oblivion. It's a drive to oblivion, excess. Here, Nick Land actually used to, once upon a time when he could write, actually some very interesting writings on the death drive. I don't care for it. It's the beginning of a thing that I think he could have done something interesting with, again, if he didn't rot his brain out on the blue from fucking Heisenberg. But death drive is interesting in that way. For D&G, they go, well, this is actually a misunderstanding of how thermodynamics works. Because it is. It's not so much that things are destroyed. It's the wrong way to consider it. Instead, you need to be thinking about the model of death as that of heat death, of entropy, of where it turns eventually. That the thermodynamic model of destruction and creation or whatever, that's stupid. Instead, the model of death is flatness, nothing. And death, instead of being a death drive, is actually baked into everything we do because desire machines and subjects created by them die all the time. Death is actually part of our every existence. Every connection ends. Every sensation dies. Every subjectivity of us dies. We experience death constantly. Death is part and parcel of us. So the death drive is a misunderstanding of not only the model of death, but about actually a healthy existence. Death is good, but it's not a big explosion at the end. It's constant. And it's the awareness of death that is with us and following us and constantly around us. This is the deal. This is the push. And they really, 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 really didn't like the idea of the death drive. So, great.
At the same time, though, they don't really attribute will or intention to the body without organs. It's more of just these two tendencies in reality as such. Look, in the universe, things break down.
Yeah, that's a big, it's these two intensities that are in opposition. It's a big deal for Deleuze and Guattari. Most of their stuff deals with, two things in binaries in opposition, you fucking jackass.
But things also get assembled. And as simplistic as that sounds, we see that the universe.
He said it'd be simple. It's the most incomprehensible attempt I've heard yet. Yeah, it's pretty bad. BWO, I think, is best explained to people who play video games as a meta. But not the meta. That's not really what it is. It's about how a meta emerges. Video game is released. Everyone plays it. Day it comes out, people just do whatever they're doing. They play all the pieces. They play all the parts. They learn the maps. They do the things. Over time, there is repeated games, guns chosen, heroes chosen. I use Dota usually as my example here. And as things happen, you start to notice that some things yield success. Some things yield failure. Some sensations are more likely than others. Some sensations are better. Some things work in certain ways. That process of where we start to recognize the patterns that seem to work better, this is the BWO beginning. And at some point, We realize and look at the video game and go, well, that's Battlefield. That's the meta. That's what you pick. That's the gun. That's COD. That's why you use the M4. That's why you use the AK. That's why you do this. These weapons are this. That's what the game is. The game is not that. Nor was it ever. The game was never that. They didn't design the game so this hero would be chosen at 41.2% versus another one at 52.2%. That's not how video games are designed. That happens over time. The meta is the BWO, but it is for you because desiring machines, which is not parts of your body. Fuck off. It is everything. It is everything. Everything is desiring machines, connecting and disconnecting with sensations being recorded. A rock hitting a rock does something or doesn't, but it does something, but it's disconnected. It doesn't matter. Sensations aren't recorded. But for an infant who's born, they are. They are recorded. And over time, those sensations are overlapping because they exist in time. And that trace of that sensation that exists sort of as a drag, the way you drag a pen across paper and lift lightly, but you can still see that little bit. And over time, it's getting lighter, but it's happening with all of your desiring machines, all the desiring machines around you, but they begin to overlap. And you start to notice, these are the same ones. These are my fingers. These are my desire. This is this. And over time, those become another thing. This is the process of desiring machines that birth the body without organs, the birth subjectivity, these processes, the miraculating thing at the very end of it. This is the entire setup of all of these things. That is, by the way, not a bad example of how to talk about a BWO. That is a very simplified version of how to talk about it. Does it cover everything? Absolutely not. If you think you understood it from there, you didn't. But if you think you got a glimpse, you probably did. Keep going. This shit, terrible.
This is geared towards stasis, but it's also geared towards change. And they think that this process, again, what Heidegger would call phusis, this production of entities, right, involves both production and anti-production, creativity and destruction.
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't even mentally handle that statement. That's fucking insane. Yes, he's teleologically doing the BWO geared towards change or destruction. Anti-production is not destruction. So fuck off with that. Good job. Wow. We are 2 minutes in, and this is incomprehensible and also completely wrong in every single way. Good job, buddy.
Right? And this side that's geared towards destruction, liberation of your current stasis, all of that. So in simple terms, the body without organs or the body without organization is...
Stop saying that ever again. Never say this again.
That virtual reservoir within us where our body could do all kinds of things. And so in a weird sense, in a way, when Dave and I, but Dave in particular, is championing time...
It is not a reservoir where potential is stored. It's the surface of potential, of zero intensity, where intensity is formed. It is the egg crisscrossed with axes and thresholds. Unfucking real. Fuck.
Energy, right? And all of the things that we could learn to do, all the skills we could develop. What time energy enables us to do is tap into the body without organs. To tap into all of the virtual potentials in our bodies. You could maybe be this great violinist if only you had time energy, but time energy is limited, so you can't tap into this potential to become a
This is terrible. This is terrible. Was said with no, this is said with no humility, said with no caveats. This is someone who's just stating as if they know. Oh God, it's the dangerous maybe. Ugh. Oh, God. That's right. It's the same guy. Fuck. I try to put these people out of my mind.
Violence,
Fuck.
right? But that could be a virtual potential in you that if you had time, energy, you could pull out from, so to speak, the body without.
It could be a virtual potential within you. I'm sorry, my friends. There is no potential here. There's no potential here at all. I'm not going to do more of that. Honestly, Dangerous Maybe and Theory Underground should be genuinely embarrassed. But it is, I will say, representative of most of the people who like Nick Land.
Individualism. An ideology that claims to be all about freedom, autonomy, liberty, and personal success. Doing what it is that you want without some overlord that you don't even respect telling you what to do. Self-reliance, rationality, equality, self-determination, the development of the individual and the examination of one's beliefs and biases with intent to seek the truth. Holding oneself as an individual to an ethical standard. Knowing yourself and what you want.
No, it's she's quiet on my end. I'm trying to find out why my YouTube on OBS, it's capping at -15 decibels. Like it's like it's got a limiter. I don't.
Pulling your
I don't have that.
Yourself up by the boot.
It's fascinating, actually. I'm not sure why. I'm not seeing it. None of my stuff has that right now. Let's try Windows. See if Windows Volume Mixer maybe has a thing here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Wonderful. This is going to be really annoying. Sorry, just 2 seconds, everyone. Apologies. Nope, nothing. Whatever.
Bootstraps and disregarding literally everyone else because all that matters is me. Who cares about others? It's all about me. Oh God, how the fuck did we get here? I often see individualism framed as something that's completely antithetical and contradictory to collectivism and vice versa. Individualism is typically defined as an ideology that
No, it's on my end that the audio is clipping. That's what I'm saying, Lucia. That's it's really weird, but it is on my end, and I don't know why. It's very frustrating. There's no limiters, no filters. It's very strange.
that prioritizes individual needs over collective needs.
See, now it's too quiet. No, it's me. See, it's me, Lucy. I know. It's okay. Here, I'll share. Someone can tell me what the fuck is happening. Let's see. We'll do window capture so you can just see, and it's going to be there, and it's going to be the OBS. Up. Why can't I do OBS? Does OBS not allow itself to be streamed? It's probably smart, actually. Seems like it can't. Excellent. Fine, we'll do this the other way, which is this thing. Go here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's also her audio. Well, I'm not doing any services to her audio then. How's that sound? And I would like to do some service to that. So there. Boom. All right. And that I need to change the thing to boom, 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 boom. Why isn't it? What the fuck? Why isn't it working? That's frustrating. This was working before. Why is it not now? This is so frustrating. And it's that one, shader glass, boom, and there we go. All right, hello. All right, see that window? You should be able to see it. It's up there. This thing. Watch audio for YouTube main.
Sometimes at the expense of the collective, and collectivism is defined as the exact opposite.
That's where it's maxing. And if I go up here, and I'm going to turn this up to like 600% volume.
Where collective needs trump individual needs, sometimes at the expense of the individual.
But it's still limiting for me. Why isn't it going above that? Why can't I get this louder?
I mean, even the framing of the two ideologies in the simple English Wikipedia article paints collectivism and individualism as mutually exclusive and conflicting ethics. And usually when someone discusses individualism, they typically either say that it's bad and collectivism is good.
It's not on all tracks. You can see I'm popping up when the tip plays. It's almost maxed. Discord, the same thing. You can see my other one where I've got my cool here. In case I haven't been able to show cool things. Even that maxes out. Very annoying.
Or the reverse, collectivism is bad and individualism is good. But are collectivism and individualism really at odds with each other? Do you really need to choose between what's good for individuals versus what's good for the collective? Does choosing to prioritize one ideology mean necessarily repressing the other? Can you have both at once? Is one better than the other? In this video, I'm going to try to answer all these questions, go over the origins of individualism as a concept, and argue that individualism and collectivism are both necessary and good actually, and not mutually exclusive. And I'll discuss how the typical perspective of individualism means individual liberty and needs are more important than collective needs, or that collectivism means that collective needs are more important than individual needs is a construct of our current material conditions and ideological upbringing rather than some sort of a priori truth about the nature of reality. We love talking about social constructs and the nature of reality on this channel, and that is what we will continue doing. Ideally, we could take the good parts of each philosophy and throw out the garbage, especially the garbage of individualism, because as I'll argue in this video, though some degree of individualism is good and even necessary, individualism in its current form has many terrible contradictions that lead to terrible things, also as a result of our material conditions.
I'm going to hate this. I already know I'm going to hate this. Here's a challenge. There's no such thing as the collective. There's no such thing as the individual. These are themselves social constructs. But when you're talking about the gregarious aggregate, the large-scale version of humans at large, you're actually eliminating not just individual, but unique experience. The lived experience. Things only exist collectively, abstractly. There's no abstract group. There just isn't. There's also not really an individual. They're in the same, much the same way, with the same kind of logic. So this is going to be one of those things where it's like, it's going to be a misunderstanding of good writings on the individual versus the collective. And then it's going to be a bad reading of the collective. So.
One, where did individualism come from?
No, you're right. It's her audio. I thought it was mine just because I had her bumped up, but it's her audio.
Alexis de Tocqueville claimed to have coined the term individualism in the 1800s.
Compressor. By the way, if revolutionary thought, you come to this. Compressor. Nice compressor, limiter. It's very good to have on your audio so you don't tap out. That's why I can go, hey guys, why don't you, tough it out. Hey, tough it out. I can get loud. It holds back. It stops me from doing it.
After going to
She's got some hardware. She's got one of those little fancy Bluetooth mic things.
the United States of America, which prompted him to write a book called Democracy in America, published in 2 volumes in 1835 and 1840. To him, selfishness meant doing things for oneself at the expense of the collective good, whereas individualism was a very typical American social attitude, emphasizing personal independence, self-reliance, and the pursuit of one's own interests. Though he liked the fact that American individualism fostered a sense of personal freedom, initiative, and innovation among Americans, he claimed that one of the potential dangers was that it was
Hey, all you ladies out there in Radio Land, this is Homer J. One of the better gags Homer ever did. The fucking, oh, so good.
but also foster isolation from others, lead to alienation and the erosion of social ties and communal bonds, and create the potential for the homogenization of culture and tyranny of the majority. Alexis de Tocqueville, however, did not frame this individualism as opposing collectivism. He recognized the value of individual freedom and autonomy and the importance of social cohesion for creating a society that's capable of addressing collective issues and promoting
Oh,
good.
God.
It's hard to say who was actually the first person to ever claim that individualism and collective.
I don't believe she wrote this. Sorry. This is said in a way that is so flat with so many important points along the way. I'm not sure I can mentally handle doing this. Yeah, I don't care. So that was fun. That was 4 minutes of that one. Let's see what else you guys gave me. That I know I'll like. We'll hold off. How about some epoch philosophy? I don't think she cares about what she's saying, so she didn't try to read this really. Look, if you're going to talk about like individualism and you go to Tocqueville, fine, like, come on. That's not.
Both candidates have, in many cases, very similar views on making the U.S. even stronger.
But you deploy capital differently under President Trump than under President Harris.
On the margin, not
that much?
No, I think we over-conflate.
Okay.
That is the CEO of the single largest asset manager in the world, Larry Fink. You may know them as BlackRock, and he's telling you your presidential vote is meaningless. He's also partially correct. The spectrum of choice has become so limited that in national elections, you're always forced to select a candidate who will put capital, the rich, above all else. For us, it's often a race of who will hurt the working class less. This lack of choice in your life isn't just in our political systems. It's in our economic day-to-day. The working class is struggling just to survive. Debt delinquencies are at the highest point since the pandemic.
Oh, this is the same guy as the Stray video? God damn it.
Grocery prices are soaring, rent rapidly rising, and home ownership diminishing. Further, the form in which we purchase has changed.
I'm eating salame. I like lunch meats. Sucker form. I am running out of salami right now, though. If you'd like to support my salami habit, you may do so by sending super chats, memberships, all sorts of fun things, and as well as join the Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC, or just join the QC and say hello, because that also helps us keep going. We do a lot of philosophy stuff, and we talk about theory, like what these fucks were talking about just now, except we actually have people who read it and care about it and discuss it seriously. Generally, much kinder than I am, but if you come in as a dick, we're going to treat you like one. We're going to treat you like one.
changed such that we rent more than we purchase.
I don't think people understand what purchasing media meant. Do you know that you actually don't own a book? Like, do you understand this? We're starting off on a bad foot here because the fundamental idea of private property and how it works doesn't apply this way, and this doesn't work. The idea that, and he's using Netflix as the example here. Hey, you rent, you watch, you stream, but you don't own. I used to own. I have a Blu-ray where I own. You own that disc. That's it. You actually don't own the movie. You have a license for the movie on that disc as long as it is on that disc and readable, and as long as that technology is around, but you don't own that movie. Fundamentally, you don't own things. Like, if I owned these books behind me, I could make copies and sell them to friends. No.
Purchase has changed such that we rent more than we purchase. Your car payment, your phone plan.
We purchase the same way that we used to own. It's slightly different in a transitory way, significantly cheaper, and far more realistic for the type of way that we used to deal with things. Romanticizing the ownership of VHS and Blu-ray and DVD and the ownership of film, I do think is a huge mistake. You would pay $15 to $20 for a single movie one time. You could watch it as many times as you want. Great. You would watch it once. Some movies you would watch multiple times, but you'd pay $20 for each one of them. The amount of money that Netflix costs in a year, how many DVDs would you have to have purchased before? And how many can you watch now? The ability to get content is different. It's valuing it this way is just terrible. You mean you don't own the copyright? You don't own the book. Like, what's the difference? I own my TV. I watch Netflix. I'm watching Kid right here. He's watching Hassan for some reason. I don't own Kid. What would owning Kid mean? Would I have a DVD of his shows I could watch anytime I want? That DVD? What does that change fundamentally?
Netflix, Spotify, even the heated seats in the very vehicle.
Now this is interesting, but this is also a different way of doing ownership. Do you understand? Like, again, private property, and it's switched towards the intellectual. It's switched towards the abstract versus the ownership of things. This is capitalism. The ownership of the means of production and the idea of making a living is a thing that disappeared with capitalism and that we began to change over time. Ownership goes to the capitalist class. Now, this is not different. It's not a great start, but given
vehicle you lease. These payments in isolation feel manageable, but linked together they form a chain that shackles you in place, tied to a situation where the rich slowly extract record wealth from you on a quarterly basis. The foundation.
I hate this a lot. Hey, Elon Musk's trillionaire status has nothing to do with Netflix. Groceries. This is not related. The chain and ownership process of subscription services sucks ass. Fuck them. There's a reason I advocate piracy. Actively. Actively. I advocate for piracy. I believe you should do it, and I believe most things should be free, and I don't think that, especially since we're at the point that the majority of people who work and are involved in the creative process barely make any money, except for what they're paid by Netflix up front. There's no residual. If I watch it on Netflix and give a subscription, there's no difference anymore. This isn't like, oh, if I don't buy a movie ticket, I'm fucking them. No, there's no difference. It doesn't change the amount of money that the people who created it make. It just fucks Netflix. Fuck them. So who cares? But this is not the thing.
You in play.
Tesla and Musk are millionaires and trillionaires specifically because of hype and lies and and the bubble of hype that surrounds things. Codswallop, if you don't know how to pirate, you come into the QC, I teach you.
Place, tied to a situation where the rich slowly extract record wealth from you on a quarterly basis. The foundation in which this economic situation is emerging begs the question, have we entered an era beyond capitalism?
No.
To some economists and scholars, the answer is yes, and the implications here are terrifying.
See, and Giannis is wrong. This is obviously going to be about Giannis. It's called Technofeudalism. Giannis is wrong. I mean, he's a very dogmatic, sort of odd liberal Marxist, very strange thing. Pashy, I told you to message me on Discord. Add me on Discord.
That capitalism is dead, and these guys killed it.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
Secret Asian Dan super chatted $5. Literate Machine, Gaiman, Trump and New Thought.
Oh man. Gaiman hurt. Gaiman hurt. That one hurt. Thank you, by the way, Secret Asian M for the $5. By the way, that dude is like 700 years old, and that's his wife. And he has like, his face is 12 years old. That's Larry Ellison. He owns the island of Lanai in Hawaii, the entire island, which is a sacred island, because that's fine. His kids are Annapurna, Skydance. Just name a fucking company. These people have basically taken it over. It's an exceptionally large amount of money that these people have. This is Oracle money for doing very little, sitting around for doing very little. Exceptional money. Again, there's no difference between this and Rockefeller. There's no difference between Musk and Rockefeller. This is not different. It's the same thing.
And rising from the grave, something far more nefarious. It's called Technofeudalism. You know the phrase, you'll own nothing and be happy. Yet, its origins might surprise you. Published by Ida Aachen in a 2016 World Economic Forum essay, she highlights a potential emancipatory and equitable world where people's fundamental needs are met in lieu of a growing 21st century economy focused on service rather than production and consumption. Despite the butchering of the phrase's meaning, the feeling of unease is understandable. There is something slightly ominous even in the phrase's structure, its form. The juxtaposition of nothingness, emptiness, a void, sentenced together with happiness. It's the uncanny valley of phrases. Yet, there's currently two visions in how that phrase can be interpreted. A positive approach where public commons ensure everyone's needs are met and people are free to pursue life.
With green punk shit. Eco punk? Is that the sun punk? What is the phrase they tend to use for this? It doesn't matter to me. The most fascist fucking ideology that exists in the world, this shit. The most fascist ideology there is.
Without
solar
the fear
punk
of homelessness or starvation.
Solar punk is fascism.
While a darker interpretation can be seen as this techno-feudalism.
No difference. Solar punk's a lie.
Medieval feudalism was a simple...
This is from someone who necessarily fetishizes technology. Technology could free us. No, it can't. Literally, by definition, that's not what it does. And you need to understand our relation to technology has been the same for forever. It's not bad. It's not good. It doesn't free us. It liberates us in different ways, but also binds us. Always has, always will. Nothing different since the fucking first person made the goddamn arrowhead. This is someone who fetishizes technology, sad that it's being used the wrong way.
Simple system. Lords own the land.
Solar punk is fascism because you'll notice in all the solar punk stuff, people have so much land and space, green space. Oh, I wonder how they did that. How they made so much room and genocide. Solar punk is because of genocide or eugenics. That's it. There's not enough of that land globally. So it's bullshit.
Serfs labored and developed it, while the Lord took the majority share for himself. If
Really?
feudalism was a
Hey, if you didn't know, feudalism didn't exist. So, that's a real fun road to go down. We have a reading right now, Shakespeare, who's not here, but I'll just mention Shaky. Okay. We have a reading in the QC, discord.gg/DQC, of Drug Cartels Do Not Exist, which is a real book. And they didn't. They don't. Feudalism, same thing. Misunderstanding and a overall reification and simplification for how these land and everything systems worked.
simple system. Lords owned the land, serfs labored and developed it, while the Lord took the majority share for himself.
It's not how that worked.
The serfs didn't like this arrangement, they would starve or be excommunicated. While it sounds like an exaggeration, we're witnessing this today.
It's just not true.
What is technofeudalism, and how is it different than capitalism? Technofeudalism was coined by Yanis Varoufakis, detailed in his book, Technofeudalism, What Killed Capitalism.
And again, if you ever wanted to know why Yanis, isn't someone who really should be listened to like that, the title of this book is How Capitalism Killed Capitalism. Because this isn't the good capitalism. Capitalism did good things. This wouldn't be capitalism. This is like if you've ever run into a Trumper who's like, corporatism.
Varoufakis is an economist and former Greek finance minister. He makes
He did a wonderful
compelling
job.
argument that for the first time, capitalism regressed into an economic system where platforms, not markets, are organizing labor power. But it's
Are there different forms of capitalism? No, there aren't. And that's there's different ways that things function within it. Portfolio Society is a wonderful book that I think is worth reading that goes into how capital shifts to portfolio versus direct industrial capital. How capital is utilized in large ways. Yes, it's still capital. Capital's still used. How it's used and how it's set up, yes, there's many different types of capital, and it's changed drastically, but it's still capital. So, boy, the platforms are the ones doing it. It's not the markets. The platforms are the one where capital's determining.
organization of labor doesn't produce. It's
Everyone should read Godelier. That is a very nice way to put it.
raw extraction via rent. To understand his point, we need to make it clear capitalism broadly operates under a market of profit seeking from the exchange and creation of goods and services.
No. I fundamentally reject that. Fundamentally reject that. That is not what Marx would say. That's not what I think a lot of people would say who are actually in the space. Economists today who are raised in the modern era, but that is not what capitalism is. Capitalism is where the values of humanity are determined by where capital lays and how it's allocated. That things are done in service of capitalism for capitalism as a quasi-cause of itself almost. So that way, for example, capitalism, which does lead to monopolistic business practices, I hope no one would disagree with that. A monopoly doesn't actually yield more profit. It really doesn't. It actually puts them in a position where they have to extract as much out of every little bit out of their labor in order to drive prices down as much as possible. The moment that prices raise, someone else can actually extract more out of that labor, which means that you're actually pushing for less profit. Capitalism is weird this way. Capitalism isn't about the most profit. That's what stupid people think. That's what a business is for. Capitalism isn't about extracting the most profit. Otherwise, monopolies wouldn't happen. Just terrible. That's just terrible. That's just terrible. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, Mabel, look, there's a lot of ways you can talk about it. We can talk about the production of commodities, but that would be what I'm talking about, the way that labor is exploited and prices and everything are pushed down. But again, profit is pushed down with that. Commodity pushes prices down, pushes profit down. Profit's incredibly complicated for businesses. AI, you can see it actually in AI. AI is a race to the bottom of profit, which sounds weird because there's billions of trillions of dollars being poured into it. But that's because they don't understand that there's no way to actually pull profit. The moment they've commoditized AI, and they have, we've already done it. They're going to do it more and more as they try to compete with each other to make the one AI that's like the cheapest, best thing. But the moment that's done, what then? I will use it. Let's say I make a program and I make an app that organizes all of your emails. And it's going to cost me with no employees, just me. I have a bunch of AI agents. Those AI agents cost me $100 a month. So I charge everyone $101 a month per person. I make $1 a person. But that is a commodity that I'm selling. So Mabel comes along and goes, hey, why don't I just sell it for $100.01? I can make it up in scale. Puts me out of business. Then someone else goes, well, why don't I do it for $100.0001? I'll make up for it in scale. That's it. This is how you get fucked. Because these people don't understand that this is like, when you're talking about profit, profit's for businesses. Capitalism's the global system. It doesn't give a fuck about profit. Efficiency. The rate of change, the differential is the thing capitalism cares about more than anything. Excess profit doesn't matter. It's never mattered. Like this is, baby's first capitalism is where they learn about mercantilism and then they go, wait a second.
Fueled by wage labor. To Varoufakis, we're seeing executively controlled platforms replace markets.
Look, I do like the idea of seeing things through the lens of platform capitalism, because as these things happen and as things are controlled, it shifts things. But I will tell you right now, people are buying less from Amazon than they've ever bought. They're buying more from stores. It's a weird switch because Amazon was flooded with drop-shipped bullshit from a whole bunch of weirdos utilizing the commodity bullshit in order to drive things here. The U.S. Copyright Office. If you go on Amazon, here, we'll go on Amazon. Let's look up, let's see, Capri Pants. Does anyone want some Capri Pants? Well, these are some weird names of companies. Ganassi, Oalka, Willet. These are not designer names. Rakuchi, Lee. Lee is actually a company, finally. Soothfield. Jim People's a company. Sinofont. Ganassi, Gafeng, Kufandi. What are these names? Does anyone know what the names are? A few years ago, a year and a half, I think, Amazon made it a rule that you actually had to be a trademarked company in the United States to sell. So to prevent people from, like me, I pop up a store and I sell a bunch of my Oreos. I have a fucking bunch of Coca-Cola Oreos. I sell my Coca-Cola Oreos on Brix's Coca-Cola Oreo store. And then I do a bunch and I sell them and I get rid of it. And then I open up another store. They didn't want this. So you have to actually have a trademark name. So they had an AI. Companies actually, people did this. They had an AI begin registering companies at the trademark office so they could stand them up and then knock them down. And they did it. It's why all of this shit's nonsense. You can see it because if you look it up, there's stories about how the trademark office has been overwhelmed because of the last 9 months. They've gotten tens of millions of fucking requests for trademarks and they only have people doing this stuff. There's Padola. How about Padola Capris? Arbix, Health Yoga, G Gradual, Satini. Zatini's was my favorite diesel gene brand. Lomon, yes. Anrabes. There's Lee and Levi Strauss. Tip'em Poi. Tippempoi. That's a real company. Belief, Free Oak. Belief, there's Lee again. Mofiz. Zoo6, Ododos, Grappant. Sidefield, Olakimi, Kimbangi. Fuck. So what this did though, is people don't buy on Amazon anymore. They've started, if you don't know, they've literally started to like freak out because their sales are going down. It's a huge fucking deal. It's a lot. The dodos. But so yeah, but platforms, because they have capture, and Amazon Prime does have a significant amount of capture, huge amount. Netflix, huge amount of capture. Steam is most computer games. They set standards. But the thing is, and this is the problem with this video, that's always been the case. Was it the magic marketplace, Giannis, that movie theater tickets were all the same price across many, many different companies? No. Does it just so happen that the prices of things? No. It's such a fucking joke, dude. It's so terrible. This analysis is always shit.
Think app stores charging you 30% of all revenue. Me making this video on YouTube for free with the potential for ad revenue, yet under the threat it can be demonetized at any point.
Look, making it for free on YouTube, where they're freely giving me storage space and streaming and the need for no hosting and a huge audience and access to that audience. Like, this is this stupid shit where it's like, yes, you're taking part. You are actively, if you want to build your own, go fucking have fun, do that. But that's a fucking really dumb way to put it. Also, this is DaVinci Resolve. Do you want to mention that you own it outright and there is no subscription service? Or are you just not going to do that because it doesn't make your point?
The owners of these platforms aren't creating anything except the digital platform itself. Traditional...
Which, again, is something. Look, having audience capture a monopolistic business practice is no good. They still building the platform is still a thing. It's so weird.
Markets rely on the production and exchange.
Don't pay for Reaper. Reaper's free. Keep it forever. It's good. They don't care. Reaper's happy to have you just use their plugins and be happy.
And services. With modern platforms, instead of production and exchange, we have rent. Wealth extraction.
That's new. We've never heard of such a thing before. Someone should write a book about it.
Of the user base's labor and behavior. And it's executively controlled by these guys.
Question about work-life balance all the time from both ends of the spectrum. And my view is I don't even like...
Thank you, Insomniar, for being 11 months. Jesus. It's been weird to watch the channel grow, hasn't it? It's been a wild thing.
Phrase work-life balance. I think it's misleading. I like the phrase work-life harmony.
Today, Google, Meta, Amazon, Uber, Airbnb don't create goods and services. They rent you access to customers or content. Because of how powerful these platforms are, like a serf, many are forced to till the proverbial digital soil of these platforms if they want to survive in a given industry. You want customers? You must sell your product on Amazon. You want your business to grow?
It's actually not true, by the way. You won't get customers on Amazon anymore.
Post on Instagram. And if you need employment, you let Uber contract and sell you potential riders. And this phenomenon is something we are now calling employment. No healthcare, no benefits.
I mean, we're not. We're not doing that. Like, it's such a weird, it's not employment. Like, no one calls it employment. They call it a job. I don't know anyone who says, yes, my employment is Uber. Like, words are used in certain ways. I don't get it.
No time off. All under the banner of freedom, of self-entrepreneurship. But as anyone who...
Nobody who works for Amazon Prime delivering considers themselves an entrepreneur. You gotta be careful about what you use for B-roll when you're making points.
drives Uber or DoorDash. No, this is bullshit.
Yeah, no healthcare benefits or paid leave. Dear God, can we go back to capitalism where I had those? Pashy, this is unique to USA. This is true. This is true. It should be mentioned everywhere else in the world, Mexico included, but I would say Europe, Japan, like they force you to. Uber's not just allowed to be free contract bullshit. Like it's America.
Do you know how much a passenger pays for each trip?
Company, they don't tell us. They try to hiding with that. Yes, they try to hiding everything.
So it seems the majority of my money is not going into my driver's pocket. And my driver has no knowledge of the exorbitant price I'm paying or how much of that the company is taking. And we're all just okay with that? The answer I got at the Denver International Airport from drivers and customers was a resounding no.
Still use it like a bitch. Take a cab. Please take a cab. Just take a cab. It's cooler anyway. Uber sucks. Just take a cab. Just be like, cab. Put your hand up. Whistle. Big thumbs up. Wave. Yell, hey.
This leads us to a...
And yes, Mabel, remember my thing I said earlier? Anytime someone says something, say the opposite, and you can kind of understand if it's a thing that's important. Say, who would say yes? Everyone I talked to said that it was really bad that no one knew anything. If I said, everyone said it was great no one knew anything, you'd be fucking stunned.
A new economic engine, the heart of tech.
I have used Parisian cabs. You have never gotten stuck in the back seat of a small cab in LA for 2 hours on the 405 in cowboy boots, in a seat so small you actually can't sit sideways with your legs in front of you in any capacity. 2 hours. At one point, I actually had him open the door for me because I couldn't open the door myself because this cab was this was a cab. And the back seat was so close. I don't know what the fuck the guy did with the fucking window thing. He had to open the door, and I pulled myself out, and I just walked alongside the cab for a while because my knees started like cracking.
Technofeudalism, cloud capital. It's not.
That was in LA, cowboy boots. I also take my cowboy boots to Paris sometimes. They're very nice cowboy boots. I got a pair of Stallions. Like, I got good cowboy boots, my friend.
Not merely digital assets or wealth that lives in the quote-unquote cloud, but very physical entities such as data centers, fiber optic lines, the very infrastructure that allows for platforms to exist.
Oh, Jesus. People used to own the infrastructure. Do I have a hat to go? Of course I've got a hat to go with them. Of course I got a hat. Should I go get I got a cool ass fucking hat. It's made of cork.
While cloud capital sounds like a core asset seen in our traditional concept of capital, say a factory or materials, cloud capital is different in that it's only set up for extraction. It doesn't even contain the ability to produce. A good analogy is the following. For a textile factory,
go get the hat? Someone tips $10, I'll go get the hat.
An owner needs...
It's upstairs, I don't feel like it.
...to purchase cotton, machinery to weave it, employees for labor, and the factory itself.
Wait.
It doesn't even contain the ability to produce. A good analogy is the following. For a textile factory, an owner needs to purchase cotton, machinery to weave it, employees for labor, and the factory itself. It then produces goods. In technofeudalism, our quote-unquote tech lords may only need to build a data center, but they still need the makings of traditional capital, such as...
You motherfucker.
Insomnia Noir super chatted $9.99. Hat.
You motherfucker. All right, fine. I'll bring down one of my cowboy boots. So I'll do the Brooks cowboy stream. You motherfucker. Oh, you're 1 cent short. I should be a dick about it, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Well, I'm gone.
The establishment itself and RFK.
I'll be back in a second.
They not only don't give a fuck, they're also very, very stupid. It's scary to think about how fragile the line between life and death is. How the stream could die if you don't like, comment, and subscribe. That's so fucking funny. I'm watching you. Why? Are you streaming and then you clicked on my stream and then you're like, look guys, we're watching. I'm gonna tell him, look guys, I'm gonna tell him, and then he's gonna be like, uh-oh. Could be Dr. Oz for all we know. It very well could be. It very, very well could be. I think that'd be sweet. Personally, I think that that would be kind and nice. Because, like, doesn't matter. Are you really gonna learn anything from it? We saw what happened, the noise happened, the thing happened, he died, we know what happened, right? You don't really have to... That's why major cities have medical examiners and not coroners. Medical examiners are always physicians with specialization in forensic pathology.
It really wasn't.
I've only ever looked into one forensic pathologist, and that guy...
He's going to start saying things to get me banned. I know it. But I wasn't joking. It's actually really nice. Got it when I was in Portugal. It's pretty nice. It's got an Australian look to it, but again, the beard and everything. I put on my overcoat because I'm up in the Pacific Northwest. It's a great look, and it's really nice. My cowboy boots, I have two really nice sets. Oh, I've got you. Don't worry. First one I'm going to show. I bought these. These are one of my favorite pairs. I don't even wear, but I wore a ton. But I bought them for a Christmas party when I was working on Avatar. And I said, to many laughs, to be fair, that they were my Navi skin boots. They're not my really nice ones. They're good boots, though. They're fantastic setups. Like, really nice. Not as nice as these guys, though. This is, here, we'll switch to the full screen thing. If anyone here is into cowboy boots, if anyone's here is into them, these are stallions. These are no fucking joke. These saved up for, because I've even had them resold a couple of times. These are a once-in-a-lifetime boot. You buy these, you own them forever. Forever. It's a bit of an Aussie hat. It is a bit of an Aussie hat. And it works. It works nice for me. But Cayman. And they're beautiful. If you can't see it, like, really nice, they're just really just like, oh, they're stunning. Like, And if you're into cowboy boots, you can see, I mean, they're fucking real. These are no joke. And if you're into cowboy boots, these are them. Stallions are one of the best. It's one of the fucking best. I have to be into cowboy boots. I made maps for Fistful of Frags. You made maps for Fistful of Frags? Good for you. Fun game. I actually own it. Are they waterproof? I mean, both of them are. They're single piece leather. These are waterproof all the way to here. And then these guys are actually just straight up single piece. This is sealed all the way around. Really beautiful. Like, again, it's pretty hilarious. My Navi skin boots. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, they look fucking sick. They are. If you don't know boots, Stallions are like, wow. Boot Star in Los Angeles, if it's still open. If you ever need to go, Boot Star, they also have one in, I think, Vegas, and there's a couple other around. But the one in Los Angeles is incredible. Incredible. Did Kid get mad that I was stream sniping, by the way? I didn't notice. When you get in the store, it smells like leather. The best do. The best of those do. I love it. So the hat, the reason the hat's great, aside from I think it's just cool, but it's actually made of cork. It's actually a cork hat. Like proper, sustainable cork, which is a thing, but it's proper cork all the way through. Really beautiful too. You can see the texture. It's really nice. The price tag on these boots? Yes. As I said, I saved up. They were my babies. They were basically became my replacement dress shoes. I've never really been a big fan of dress shoes. I have a couple of pairs of Cole Haans that I got on like sale. Cole Haan sales are like my dream. My wife hates it. I fucking took over. Heather, I took over our closet. I have like shoes like you wouldn't believe. I have weird ones. I collected shoes. I used to collect SBs, the Nikes. And I had to sell a lot of those. Sustainable cork, like you put in the top of a wine bottle, not pork. Pork hat would be also funny. But the dress shoes are tough. Cowboy boots you can wear always. And plus, I don't know if you saw the heel on this motherfucker. When I'm in these, I'm 6'8" or 6'9". It's a fucking heel like you wouldn't even believe. Makes everything look really nice. Like cowboy boots are, people don't get why cowboy boots are great for men. Some women understand it but they lift everything. When a woman's wearing a nice good 2-inch heel, there's a reason it does that. It's because that's how the body works. It does it for dudes too. But these guys, fuck. They're so comfortable. A good pair of boots just lasts forever. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Man. See, the problem is, well, it's not my fault you couldn't see the video. Actually, I need to go use the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll return. Sorry, that was less pleasant than I presumed. As happens. Don't eat an entire bag of fucking salami after having a mild lunch. What can I say? Off we go!
Once the data center is built, it parasitically leaches from communities, from power grids, and it harnesses political capital, granting tax breaks, striking deals with local governments to offset electricity costs on residents.
This is actually not how this functions. It's really not how this functions. It's a big challenge, to say the least. It's a big challenge. Why and how this happens is kind of the important part. That huge table of snacks Brooks has been guarding. I have a gigantic table of snacks. This is true. So my daughter, her favorite, she's 3. And how I know she's my daughter. These are her favorite chips. And she comes up, pickle chips. And she just fucking wants them. It's her favorite thing. It isn't that, and this is, again, it's tough to talk about because it is sort of this, but when you oversimplify it, you fuck up how the system is operating. It's gnarly. It is gnarly. So, how do you get charged what you get charged? Well, the power company you utilize buys from the grid. Like, they aren't just the grid. There's other people involved. It's the same way that a lot of people think Comcast provides them the internet, but that's not true. Comcast is an IP company, and they give you connection, but the backbone, which connects the internet to you, is not actually Comcast, or it's partially Comcast, or it's Level 1, or a few other companies. There's a lot more people involved in the process of getting data from server to you than just Comcast. And oversimplifying the process makes you think that Comcast is just it, or power company is just it. And so when your rates go up because these other guys are moving in, why is that? Well, it's because they need to buy more electricity from the grid, the area you're in. When you need to buy more, and it's a limited thing, it costs more. Why does that get offset? Because those companies come in, they sign deals to use this provider or this provider or this amount of electricity, guaranteed minimums, all that stuff, because they're very power hungry. They need to make sure that they're getting in it. It's not just your house. It's not just a couple kilowatt hours here and there. It's not that. There's huge amounts of power. And for the electricity to actually get to them, they need to have minimum guarantees and setups. And so that thing changes them. It changes how they do the work. It's not just this simple. Pickle chips. They're not just pickles. They're goddamn best. Not mint flavored chips. They found out I love mint. I don't think I still have any. I plowed through all of my mints already. Sorry, guys. I like mint. I'm a mint guy.
And then pollutes and harms those very local communities.
It's true. Noise and air and sound pollution especially. Sound pollution is wild. Light pollution is fucked up. And they're exceptionally vulnerable for where their exhaust ports are, because if those get damaged and everything overheats, everything's destroyed, and the entire thing kind of has to be completely rebuilt at extraordinary cost. It'd be a shame if such things happened.
The only output of a data center is a platform that controls and extracts, just like a feudal lord extracting rent from serfs and their fiefdom.
All right, this video is terrible. 9 minutes. I made it 9 minutes in this one. It's less terrible than the others. I don't want to watch that yet. That one I know I'm going to like.
Our system gives for-profit medical institutions the authority to manage and
We're going to watch Alexander Avila talk about Foucault and apparently Deleuze.
Regulate life and death. How could that ever not be political? Why would we think that medical and scientific institutions have no responsibility to truly and honestly engage with the public? This is a video that could have ended.
We don't, but we've always thought that they needed to. It's always been explicitly a state-based thing for a very long time.
With criticizing Cali, Casey, RFK Jr., and the Maha movement for their obvious grift. But I can't just make an entire video criticizing right-wingers for mobilizing populist anger without acknowledging that the underlying anger here is an understandable reaction to the state of our healthcare system. I don't want to pretend like the answer to Maha is to defend the status quo as if things are totally fine. Callie and Casey are right that there is something wrong with American healthcare, the pharmaceutical industry, and medicine. But the problem isn't that these institutions exist. We need healthcare institutions. But as these institutions currently exist, whose interests do they represent? Whose should they represent?
Alexander Avila is like basically someone who pretends that they're very smart, utilizes a good amount of AI or other people writing their stuff for him, doesn't fully understand the concepts that they're actually dealing with, and oversimplifies things to such an extraordinary degree it basically makes everything that they're doing kind of pointless. So, the simple thing is they need to remove the profit motive from healthcare. Done.
Jordan Peterson is a new player in the Maha movement. You might
Really?
remember him as that Canadian carnivore who testified before lawmakers at the Maha Roundtable in 2024. But Peterson has been in the spotlight since 2016, at first gaining fame for protesting.
I gotta tell you, not sure. Did you know that he was around before that? That's kind of, if I had to say what like Alexander Avila's shit is, that's the shtick. Hey, did you know this incredibly obvious thing?
Against Canadian Law C-16 for including gender identity as a protected class in Canada. And yeah, as a professional transsexual myself, I definitely think Peterson was wrong on that front. He's been wrong on many fronts and peddles a lot of right-wing nonsense that I firmly disavow. But I bring up Jordan because I think his work represents the other arm of the Maha Project, the spiritual crisis.
We have lost respect for life, which again gets to the spiritual crisis.
Keep going. I love this.
As a leftist, it's easy to be cynical to the point of naivety. It's easy to reduce every social dynamic to greedy, profiteering exploitation, and the world is shitty enough to make this seem like a reasonable insight.
You can reduce corporate infrastructure and profit seeking to the profit motive flatly. If you want to talk about Maha and its varied units and why everyone's involved in it, yes, that's a different discussion.
Like, yeah, Casey and Callie profit immensely from everything they're pushing. And yes, the wellness industry is full of opportunists taking advantage of a political opening. But this version of the story only gets you so far. This isn't just about self-centered people. If a grand piano fell on Callie and Casey Means, killing them both on impact, that wouldn't end the Maha movement or fix healthcare. Maha is the culmination of a deeper and more fundamental crisis in Western scientific knowledge, one that's been building up for over 500.
Oh no. Oh God, I just saw the line. I just saw the narrative line. Foucault's biopolitics and the history of how we treat madness and health, drawn as a direct line through to now. And that's what Mahu is going after.
Years, but is finally rearing its crusty little head in our algorithms, in our podcasts, and in our discourse. Yes, there is, in some way, a spiritual crisis.
What I think is really, really going on here, which is like a spiritual issue. Like we are like not fighting for life.
My fellow lefties and libtards might respond to this with scoffing disdain. Spiritual crisis? I might as well be talking about Santa Claus. Relax. We can still be nice and dialectically materialist about this. Consider for a moment why the narrative of spiritual decay resonates with so many Americans. Why
Because of the hyper-Christian formalized processes that people were built into in the symbolization structure and superstructure of which most suburban whites, which are the Maha movement, were born into?
we live in a moment where it is so politically powerful to question scientific knowledge? Well, we have to understand what knowledge is. We've been led to believe in the rubber stamp of science as a meaningful signal of truth, but perhaps this is something we take for granted. And I'm not saying this because I think that science is bad at discovering truths. I think the scientific method is one of humanity's greatest inventions. But science today does a terrible job at defending its truths. We can't just retreat into science as if it has the same blanket authority that it always had.
God damn it.
We need to constantly recreate that authority, reimagine it.
This guy wants to be Latour so bad. This guy's incapable of reading Latour.
Invite people into it. Michel Foucault is a French postmodern philosopher who provided one of the most important...
That's a great start. A postmodern thinker.
Accounts of the relationship between knowledge and power. Jordan Peterson hates Michel Foucault. It's actually kind of funny.
Foucault, in particular, did everything he possibly could with his staggering IQ to figure out every treacherous way possible to undermine the structure that wouldn't accept him in all his peculiarity. And it's no wonder, because there would be no way of making a structure that could possibly function if it was composed of people who were as peculiar, bitter, and resentful as Michel Foucault.
But I think that Peterson, and he's slowly starting to realize this, is actually the most Foucauldian postmodernist of them all. Understanding why is key to understanding what makes Maha so powerful. So, what did Foucault actually say? Where people usually see power as something you wield like a sword or a fist or a giant badonkadonk, Foucault understood power as an ever-present force. Power is the name of the force that shapes our understanding of the world. It's the force that decides what is true and what isn't, not by proposing its own set of facts, but by laying down the criteria of what even gets to be called a fact. I'll demonstrate what
That's
I
fine.
mean. Let's say that
This
I
is fine.
claim that Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada, is secretly the illegitimate son of Fidel Castro. That might sound insane to you, but you know what's insane to me? That this is what Justin's so-called father, Pierre Trudeau, looked like as a young man, and that young Fidel Castro looked like this. Like, come on. But you're not just going to take this at face value, right? You want actual proof. DNA tests, historical timelines, documents. You want what they call the facts. Something like the fact that the Trudeaus were unusually close to Castro, or that 9 months before Justin was born, the Trudeaus disappeared to an unidentified...
This is, it's fine. Like, if I take this and I'm going, okay, this is power knowledge. This is how power is constituted through discourse. It's fine. It's a terrible choice, narratively. But
Caribbean island. Those kind of facts. But let's...
See, what you should do if you're doing this is not show a conspiracy theory. Because that's not what Foucault's talking about. It's implied, sure. What he's talking about, specifically, is actually what we might call common or good sense. So, find something that is common sense, right? Like, my brain's not doing it. You could just take from Trump, like literally today, that autism is linked to Tylenol, and the way that that is spreading and how it spreads, and how power and knowledge are inextricably linked, because like power produces what truth is, doesn't constrain it. He's over implying the interaction to almost what you could be thinking of, where like power is producing it in a different way.
Let's put all of that aside. What if I didn't offer any facts? What if I told you my suspicion was all based on a vibe? And, I mean, come on. But here's the thing. What counts as facts or evidence depends on the conditions of truth that you're working with. And this isn't an attempt to denigrate the idea of truth or to draw an equivalence between fact and vibe.
I mean, it really is.
Like, a vibes-based version of reality isn't going to send someone to the moon.
Well, this is someone who didn't actually read Foucault. Because vibes did send someone to the moon, my friend. That's how it works. Vibes built your computer too, actually. They're one and the same. By claiming that there is truth versus vibe, you're actually given a lot of credence to the power structures that have determined the difference between truth and vibe. Like, this is
But sometimes you do need a vibes-based version of reality. Tell me, what firm empirical evidence do you have to prove the value of motherly love?
well, it was a good try, Alex. It was a good try. You made it 7 minutes without being an embarrassment. 7 minutes is pretty good for you. The AI video was like 3.5 minutes.
Do you need a sample of your piss to prove that a piece of art changed your life? No.
Alex, you don't understand any of the things you're talking about. Please stop. It's okay to read books and ask people questions and realize you don't know things.
Because not all...
As God swallow, like that's the formula. And I'm in a satirical mood. I finished a script. I was working on a little bit before I got the Charlie Kirk one done this morning and everything done. I have a script going through like the history of the philosophy of laughter and comedy, but I rewrote it in the style of Elephant Graveyard, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm in a little satirical vibe mood. And I feel like doing a Alex Avila video would be this. Hey, here's a theory that totally deflates thing X. But that's not to say thing X isn't true, because it's totally true. That is a very good way of putting it. Philosophy Tube, Burns, all these people do this. I mean, Burns is the worst when it comes to like the postmodern thing. Postmodern does, there's no truth in post. Now, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as truth, man. Like, truth is cool, bro. Worst shit.
Truths are grounded in a scientific, empirical context.
Pero sí, es una pena tener que explicar lo inexplicable, ¿no? Algo que es más sensorial y en el fondo más sencillo también, ¿no? Lo que da más rabia es cuando intenta intelectualizarse para dotarlo de prestigio, ¿no?
That's not to say that the scientific guidelines for empirical evidence are just arbitrary things, but if
vibes are not arbitrary either, Alex. Like, literally, you have a video right there with this guy. This fucking guy you've got in here, this artist who is furious. It's infuriating when we intellectualize things to give them prestige. And then You intellectualize things to give them prestige. You fucking hack.
Lo que da más rabia es cuando intenta intelectualizarse para dotarlo de prestigio, ¿no?
That's not to say that the scientific guidelines for empirical evidence are just arbitrary things.
That's implying that the vibes are arbitrary things, or that art is, or mother's love is arbitrary. It's not. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, Foucault's not that hard. Like, this is not the hard Foucault. You want to go to hard Foucault, you go to fucking, like, coldness, like, discipline and punish. That's more complicated. Order of things. AI or brain damage. Arrogance.
But if we could understand the idea that there exist different types of truth, we might be able to go further and say that perhaps the ways we categorize truth has a historical element to it. Perhaps the border between, say, scientific truth and literary truth hasn't always been as rigid as it is today. Maybe truth is socially constructed? Now,
No, dude. All right. I'm going to the fucking, I can't. This is fucking unbelievable. This is, someone say I mentioned Deleuze. I can't find it. Deleuze doesn't show up in the transcript. Good.
to say that truth is a historical or social construct isn't to deny empirical reality. We know that certain patterns exist. We know that certain causes precede certain effects.
Well done, Alex. Saying the fucking thing that shows you don't understand any of the thinkers you've used in any of your videos. Unfucking real. Fucking Christ. Just what the fuck? We're skipping. I'm skipping around.
That doesn't engage with its own political, social, and historical underpinnings will
mental assumption
not use that power.
There it is.
Ensuring that some populations simply die of neglect. If the state has the power to regulate life, it has the power to relegate some forms of life as lower or dirty. That's how you get something like eugenics on a mass scale.
Yes. There are no societies that existed without the state that had caste systems before that.
So, in that sense, biopower is an extremely effective but an extremely dangerous aspect of modernity. Not bad, not good.
Okay. Biopower is an extremely important part of modernity. And you're quoting a guy you called postmodern philosopher. Is biopower part of modernity for Foucault? I'm just staying inside of this. Like, just asking inside of this internal logic.
But dangerous. If, with biopower, life becomes the object of power, this fundamentally changes the terms of social resistance. Gilles Deleuze, a French philosopher and contemporary of Foucault, wrote on the concept of biopolitics by saying, "But when power in this way takes life as its aim or object, then resistance to power already puts itself on the side of life." And
all right, we're doing it. Hakavista. It's like, we're going to have to read a lot here, I think. So frustrating. I'm trying to find the part. Boop, boop, there you are. Let's pull you up. Because I shouldn't be reading the French one on screen. That would be bad. Go here, and I'll pull you over. Let's pop that open. Hey, look at that. Look at that. What do we got here? We got a book. See that? Look at that shit. It's a fucking book with words and shit. This is from Foucault, Deleuze's book on Foucault, which is a incredibly important book on the archive. And really, I think where Deleuze develops some of his more important, for me especially, ideas around the diagram, specifically. What is Foucault trying to say in the best pages of The History of Sexuality? When the diagram of power abandons the model of sovereignty in favor of a disciplinary model, when it becomes the biopower or biopolitics of populations controlling and administering life, it is indeed life that emerges as the new object of power. At that point, law increasingly renounces the symbol of sovereign privilege, the right to put someone to death, the death penalty, but allows itself to produce all the more hecatombs and genocides, not by returning to the old law of killing, but on the contrary, in the name of race, precious space, conditions of life, and the survival of a population that believes itself to be better than its enemy, which it now treats not as a juridical enemy of the old sovereign, but as a toxic or infectious agent, a sort of biological danger. From that point on, the death penalty tends to be abolished, and holocausts grow for the same reasons, testifying all the more effectively to the death of man. But when power in this way takes life as its aim or object, then resistance to power already puts itself on the side of life and turns life against power. Life, as a political object, was in a sense taken as face value and turned back against the system that was bent on controlling it. Biopower, when it targets life, creates new possibilities for resistance. Deleuze is not one of negation or opposition. My video today, that's one of the reasons I wanted to just go to this. My video today, if you did not watch it, you should. My video today was focused on how people oppose or create dots by crushing and dealing with things in that way. The quote Alex is using specifically is about how biopower's targeting of life in this way creates new possibilities for resistance. If power is operating through life, life itself is the medium of contestation, where we contest power. The quotation that is used here at the end of it that I said, life as a political object, this is from History of Sexuality, which is what this paragraph is about. Very specific, by the way. Resistance is not opposing power from the outside for Foucault. That's the point, that it's no longer death, but focusing on life because it's within life. Resistance is actually rebelling from within the mechanisms of power itself. Sexual liberation movements deploy the discourse of sexuality that power created. If Alex does not go into, to put it very plainly, if I were to use this as an argument for what I think he's trying to say, and I don't know what he's trying to say, it would be that as Maha and Trump and others turn towards life and begin using life as the setup for this. Elon Musk does this. We care about life. We want to make sure humanity survives. Oh my God, there's so much people. Everyone should be blah, blah, blah. As they do this, they turn on life to make sure it's controlled. This is the point of the history of sexuality. They turn on sex. They turn on perversions. They turn on anything. Trans people are targeted explicitly by the cult of life because it is the place within life that we are able to rebel. We are able to find new ways of fighting against power inside of this. This is the setup that they're aiming at. Individual juridical killing is obsolete when biological warfare against populations intensifies. That is this paragraph's point. Sexuality gives us room to play, and us fighting is done within life. Is Deleuze's Foucault an easy read? No. It's actually, I would actually put it up there with Le Pli, with The Fold, because I don't think Foucault is necessarily impenetrable, but he is complicated. And it's way worse here because Deleuze reads Foucault in Deleuze's way. Foucault and Deleuze famously had a back and forth where, despite writing the intro for Anti-Oedipus and saying it was the future of everything, blah, 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 it's blah, blah, all this shit that he said about all of this. None of that's true. He didn't believe any of it. He didn't like Anti-Oedipus. He outright said that he could never understand it because the nature of Anti-Oedipus was that there was no lack. That desire doesn't come from lack, but produces it. Foucault's entire philosophy is based on that. Not for Deleuze. Deleuze treats it like an affirming philosophy. And I find it to be only now in my readings of Deleuze in the last year am I able to really understand what he's doing with it, because it required me to go back through Foucault. We did a Foucault reading a few years ago in the QC, and it's my favorite Foucault book, The Order of Things, mostly because it has a lot of really good stuff about paintings, and my favorite piece Foucault ever wrote, which is his piece on Las Meninas, which is beautiful, by the way. It's like one of my favorite pieces he ever wrote. But that entire setup is itself complicated, and it's kind of a lot to sort of take in. Deleuze not only takes it in, but he takes it in for him. Good fucking luck. Like I said, and I say that if you want to tackle it, good luck, because you'll need it. And I wish you it, because I want to be able to talk to more people about this book, because I think the diagrammatic, which is central to his later works, and I think actually to most of his project, I think there's a lot more to be done with it. And that's what the book's about, basically, to me.
Turns life against power. What's at stake in the battle over medical authority is the question of what it means to live a livable life. When Deleuze argues that life turns against power, he's not talking about life as this biological object. He's not even talking about human life specifically. He's talking about life as this abstract, self-reproductive force that structures the movement of living beings.
No.
Think of it in the way that Jordan Peterson talks about God or Jesus.
No.
The concept of God.
Absolutely fucking not. Don't say that again. Never say that again. Never say that again. Never say that again. Never say that again. Just don't talk about Deleuze again. Just don't say that again. I actually don't like. That's how bad Alexander Avila is. If you don't know, the idea that Deleuze is talking abstractly about goddamn anything is funny. To talk about it like Jordan Peterson talks about God means you don't understand either, to be frank. Because Jordan Peterson is also not talking about God in a way that people think. And I'm giving Peterson maybe too much credit there, but he is speaking of it in the Jungian sense. That is absolutely not what Deleuze is doing in any sense. So not only is it that you're going to probably say that and get Jordan Peterson wrong, because Jordan Peterson's not talking about the Christian God, not in that sense. He's talking about it in a symbolic sort of Freudian, Jungian sense. But that's not what Deleuze is talking about when he talks about life. He's talking about the emergent process of desiring production. He's talking about life, the real, the only thing that is not abstract, actually. So when you say that, it's like saying, I literally split in half yesterday. You're just using it in the completely wrong way. Good job. Good job.
God is something like the spirit of hierarchical harmony.
God isn't something you can hold in your hand. Jesus isn't a dude you can kiss on the lips. They are fundamental structuring forces and intensities. For Deleuze,
Don't use these words. You don't understand these thinkers or words. Don't do this. Don't do this.
one of those fundamental structuring forces is life.
No.
The intensity and creativity that structures the movement of world history. But unlike Peterson,
Didn't have time to get in previous abortion angle to this, but rest assured Deleuze abhorred the pro-life effort as another instance of biopolitical control. Jesus Christ. Stop. Just stop, dude. Just stop, Alex. This is so bad. All right. That's all I can do with that one. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Let's see this one. 15 minutes. Leftists hate autistic people. I'm down. Let's do one.
All right. I have something to tell you.
Okay. That is really quiet even for me. One sec.
You're not going to like it, but you need to hear it. Leftists hate autistic people. They want to come into your house and murder you. Left-wingers see your existence, and much like the hundreds of thousands of children that they abort in efforts to impose eugenics on our
Who are you that posted this in the QC for me?
society every single year, they also wish to
It's Bizarro, Brooks. This person does not deserve that much credit.
do the same to you.
All of these things were posted in the QC. Join the QC, discord.gg/DGQC. It's in the suggestions section. This one was posted by Planet for Weirdos, you motherfucker. I know you. I love Planet for Weirdos, but Jesus Christ. They're asking, Planet for Weirdos wants me to try to figure out what this person's saying. I'll give it a moment.
Sure, they might say that they're into neurodiversity and accommodating the disabled, but in reality, we all know what they're really thinking beneath the surface. What they're really thinking is that autistic people, due to their nonconformist and anti-authoritarian rebellious tendencies, their moral character, they know that you stand directly in contradiction to their essentialistic and modernist ideas of how society ought to be. You stand in direct contradiction to that because you are the exception.
This is someone who's severely mentally ill.
To that. Everything about collectivism, this grand narrative that if we all got together and sung Kumbaya with one another through our shared humanity, that society would improve and that it would function far better than now. This grand narrative does not apply to autistic people because that collectivism necessarily relies upon the not just the shared humanity of the people that are participating in the society, it also relies on the shared neurotypicality of the people participating in this.
This is fucking... Don't blame me. YouTube was throwing his... No, I'm blaming you. I'm not upset. Look, here's the thing. Technically, this is as lucid and coherent as everything else I've watched tonight. It's true. YouTube has been sending me weird shit. I've been getting a lot of 2-view or 0-view videos in my recommendations, which is weird.
Society. And so, where do the leftists stand on the autistic folks? I know where they can stand, but I also...
There we go.
This is such a common thing in the rhetoric on the left, and it shows a distaste for autistic people, a deep-seated hatred for autistic people that many of these people harbor, much in the same way that many people harbor implicit racism, subconscious racism that they're often not aware of, that the white supremacist patriarchal society that we live in has conditioned them into feeling, into having as a part of their intuitions. I believe that ableism or
I'm gonna steelman this guy. I believe there is a significant reality in leftist communities, which I don't believe in. That the neurodivergent are accepted until you have to deal with them. I mean this. I think this is an absolutely true point. They're great to have in your YouTube audience. They're great to have on, I don't know, Discord. But in person, if you ever go to a DSA meeting and you meet someone who's truly not neurotypical, and I mean, look, this might be a little ableist. I don't know. Like, oh, I'm a little sensitive to sound. Yeah. I mean, someone who's actually like really on the spectrum, someone who's not able to even communicate that, but they react poorly. Someone who has Tourette's, who screams bitch. I've seen get kicked out of DSA meetings, clearly, because it's just too much for some people. I think it's true. I can't argue with that part. The rest of it is just weird straw manning of like leftist positions and everything. But there is a purity testing inside of leftist. Again, I don't believe in such things. Because again, leftism is just countercultural, which can be literally Nazis are countercultural unless they're part of it. So there's a real bad thing. It's like people who advocate for housing the homeless, but would never live near the poor. It's like people who advocate for housing for homeless, and then they get the mentally ill homeless, and they just can't imagine what they do.
or the tendency to...
My favorite comment on my video today, I posted it in the QC. Someone commented, and sometimes a comment is either so bad or so good that it's brilliant or not. Either way, it works. If you didn't watch my video, it'll make less sense. But someone wrote, "What do you mean by we?" That is the best comment I could have gotten on my video. In every way. Because that's exactly what the video is about. And that's, I think, to steelman this probable Randian. That's what most of the left is these days. Also the right, because really we're talking about reactionary politics that is bullshit. But
to demean or dehumanize the disabled think this way. I also think that it's a certain prejudice that they in particular hold because autistic people and the mentally disabled once again stand in direct contradiction to that notion that if we all work together and sung Kumbaya, we could create the society that lifts everybody up through our shared humanity. No, autistic people are the exception. We do not want to work at your collective farm creating the Marvel movie of agriculture. I'm sorry, I do not.
I don't know, what the fuck? First off, Marvel movie of agriculture. I now want a Marvel movie on agriculture. You know, one that's really about family.
Not want any part of that. And so at this point, I have to say to
I'm going to find out if this is if this is actually someone who's in this.
Fucking hate the microphone on this thing because it never wants to work. Situations that said character would be relevant in that may very well be relevant to you quite soon, depending on how this project goes.
This is a channel. This is a channel. We are 9 months old. This is not that old of a channel. What's the oldest video he's got? 10 years, okay. Oh, God, when he was a little kid? Oh, God.
It's some probably like NES games. Have some new equipment.
See, the problem is I end up mainlining these channels because I find it fascinating to watch how these people get from where they are one place to where they are in another. If there's consistent videos, and there usually is in these channels, there's at least 10 a year, and you can go through it and you can spot where like things start changing or how they change.
Alright, hey guys, and welcome back to another video. Today I wanted to talk about kind of a pressing matter.
I'm fascinating.
I was at this point in my YouTube career, in my YouTube channel, that I could just talk.
I love this stuff. Because again, this guy, how he was built, how he came together, how he was formed, the things he ran into. This seems really gross. Of course it is. It's YouTube. It's voyeuristic. This is someone who's not well, but how they find the place they're in, how they get to the views that they do, and how they get to subscribers that they do, and who watches, and how do they watch, and what's the setup, and what's the fixation. I end up watching this stuff, and I find it fascinating. I find people interesting. Humanity is fascinating.
I've been
and it's sad. And it's, this is a person formed by the conditions they're in, and he is yelling for us. Just like a lot of people are. Yelling to be seen and heard. Right? He wants to be connecting to people. He wants that, but he wants to be, but can he? I find this shit fascinating. Can the left be summed up as counter-mainstream? Well, that's kind of my point. There is no left. Because counter-culture can be anything. Like, it's how the Republicans were able to pretend they were the new punk rock because the Dems were in power and Obama was cool. And then as that was going, it was like, oh, we're going to really show you what counterculture is. But the Dems weren't left. They weren't progressive. They weren't actually for emancipation of people. So this is where you start getting into the really difficult thing. Unrelated, how far did you guys make it? I miss cinema, sadly. I miss cinema. I've been sick and dealing with a whole bunch of stuff. All right. We're going to watch one more thing. Just well, that'll be too long. You know what? It is 2 a.m. And I think there is one more person I want to make sure that we end up getting to. Because I want you all to go there. I want you all to go there. And I want you all to throw this motherfucker a handful of dollars. Give some love. Because this motherfucker deserves it. Kid Not Kin, who is pretty wonderful, by the way, if you're not aware. Kid Not Kin, who's pretty wonderful and right now going on about Shoe on Head's latest bag of shit, because she is a huge bag of shit now. She is a hilarious bag of shit now. A hilarious bag of shit. He's going over Kid Not Kin, and I'm going to send you over. Go give some love. Go give Kid all of my best. Say, hey, Kid, go. And Brooks loves you. Brooks thinks you're the best, and Brooks is going to be watching. I'm sending you right now. This has been so fun. As always, please, if you like what I do, drop a membership, drop a super chat, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. Or head up to the Quarantine Collective directly. DGQC, discord.gg/DGQC. And with that, I think I'm just going to go ahead and just flat out say fuck it and send you on your way.